Way oh, hey, way oh, way oh, hey, oh, way oh, hey, ah, hey, oh, way, way oh, hey, yo, way oh, hey, yo, way oh, hey, ah, hey, oh, way. Anishig manetu Nilunapa wako weo hey ah hey oh hey weo hey yo weo hey yo weo hey ah hey oh hey way oh hey yo way oh hey way oh hey yo way oh hey way oh way oh hey yo way oh hey ah hey oh way way oh hey yo way oh hey yo way oh hey ah hey oh way anishig manetu nilunapa wako weo hey ah hey oh way way oh hey yo way oh hey yo way oh hey ah hey oh way Anishik Kishalo Mokweng Elamiliang Yonkwe Kishkwik Wak Kukana Aki Wak Tinda Wak Mbi Wak Matuk Wak Nimbu Masawakanum Anishik 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 Anishik. Thank you, Creator, for giving us this day. We thank you for our Mother Earth, the fire and the water. We thank you for the trees and the birds and the fish and those that slither and those that fly. We also are thankful for all of our relations, and most importantly, our lives. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you. Just before I step off the stage, I just want to say how much of an honor it is for me to become a part of this family, this community that joins every year. Again, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you all. Anishik, thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all in person, and I appreciate you coming. I appreciate you wearing masks. I appreciate the fact that this is an appropriately chilly February day for MTW, but it's a beautiful sunny day, and I'm looking forward to our engagements over good food, delicious justice. I'm really delighted. Thank you, Chief Man. Chief Man is the chief of the Turtle Clan of the Rampo Lenape Nation. And you'll be hearing more about the intimate interlinkages between indigenous people and enslaved peoples in this region that goes back to the 1600s. But before we do that, I'm really happy to introduce the performers for the Black National Anthem. They are St. Alban and also Jerome Jennings. Please welcome them for this performance.
Thank you all for having us. Thank you, Lacey Hunter, for everything. Might not be able to sing it with us, because we're going to do some things with it. But I want to thank and call upon the spirit of James Rosamond, James Rosamond Johnson, James Weldon Johnson, and Bob Cole. And this is Saint Alban.
Every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory. Let us march on till victory. Let us march on till victory. Oh, oh yes. Is one. Is one. Is one. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. St. Auburn. Thank you.
St. Albans, everybody. St. Albans and Jerome Dennings, thank you so much. Fantastic. Yeah, really appreciate it. So 2 years ago, we were doing this strictly online, and the thematic, of course, was based on James Baldwin's exhortation to begin again, to begin again. So today, we are beginning again, and we're just delighted to do as much of this in person as we can. We also have a simulcast online audience of, I think, about 400 people today. So I'm really happy that we can continue this. And we really appreciate those of you who have been here for so many years. I think some of you have been here since the very beginning. I was just speaking to a fantastic person who was at MTW, first MTW. So we're looking forward to hearing more of your stories about what that legacy has been. My name is Jack Chen. I have the honor of being the Clement Price Professor of Public History and Humanities here at the great University of Rutgers University, Newark. And I'm also the director of the Price Institute, which has been putting on this event, not from the very beginning, but this is our 43rd Marion, Thompson, Wright lecture. So thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to just say a few things first and kind of connect some of the dots that Chief Mann has started us off with. Lift Every Voice and Sing, of course, is specific to the Black experience. When James Weldon Johnson penned and wrote this song with his brother in 1900, it was a tribute to the anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birthday. And he had composed it, they had both composed it in Jacksonville, Florida. Many of you may know this story, this is new to me, so forgive me for repeating this story. But in Jacksonville, Florida, they arranged it with his brother, J. Rosamond Johnson. And they decided to write a song to be sung at exercises. And in this case, the words and music were written to be sung by 500 school children in Jacksonville, Florida. And then they moved to New York, and they forgot about the song. But what happened is that the song had been performed not only in Jacksonville, but it began to spread and spread and spread and be sung across the country. So that before they knew it, it was being performed in a kind of pre-internet viral kind of communication. And it speaks so powerfully to the fact that we're talking about not so much celebrity culture that's mass marketed constantly. We're talking about a way in which the deep meaning of the song has been repeated and repeated and repeated because people felt that it spoke to their lives. So I'm really delighted that we can then, in that spirit, be asking the question about what does it mean to do a land acknowledgement in Newark? What does it mean to begin to, in effect, decolonize the history of Newark itself and the region itself? Because we have to also acknowledge, of course, the fact that this land was not originally that of that Connecticut band of Puritans. Robert Treat, we do have a hotel named after him, but that doesn't mean he founded Newark, right? So how do we begin to understand what that history really is and what hasn't really been sufficiently taught that we're starting to do the research now at the Price Institute and also with our collaborators at the good people at the New York Public Library, the good people at the New Jersey Historical Society, the people who really know that we can't let that story continue to dominate in the way that it has. And that, what does it mean then to call this place Newark? What does it mean to call the Passaic River, without also acknowledging who had been the original people who were here? So one of the translations in the Munsee Lenape language for Pissowak, one of the interpretations is that it's where the river splits, referencing the Great Falls up in Paterson, where it splits. And how can we begin to understand not just the Passaic River, but also the Passaic watershed, and how we're also linked to the great headwaters of the Passaic River, and what the upstream experience of the indigenous people have been, who have been dispossessed, especially from the massive dumping of toxins on people's lands in Ringwood and Upper Wingwood. We'll talk more about that in a second. But also what happens to the people in Paterson itself and what their experiences have been in terms of the toxic pollution that was just spewing into the Great River itself. And what happens downstream in terms of Newark and the decades-long fight that the good people in Newark, especially the Ironbound Community Corporation, has been fighting for so many decades. And I know some of the people who have been leading that fight are in this audience today. So we know those connections. So what does it mean then to begin to decolonize the history of Newark and to begin to decolonize the history of the river itself? And part of that history, of course, is the incredible violence that begins even before 1776, but the violence of colonialism itself. So that's part of what a land acknowledgement has to be about, and hopefully it's part of what the curriculum of universities are about, and it's hopefully what our institutions and what we as regular folks begin to say to change, really, the understanding that's oftentimes, or the misunderstanding that's oftentimes still communicated in our schools and in our institutions. So I want to ask you if you could close your eyes for a second and take some deep breaths. We've been through too much for too long over the past few years, but even longer, of course. Please breathe in the beauty of being with our loved ones here today and the beloved community that Clement A. Price and Giles Wright had created with the incredible support of the MTW Study Club and the community itself, those of you who have been coming for so many years. Please breathe out the incredible stress that we've been under. Please breathe in the welcome to our new neighbors, the young people who are amongst us, both here in person and online. Please breathe out the dark past, that violence, the toxicity of anxiety, the explosiveness of fear that bedevils American society to this day. Deep cleansing breaths in and out. Imagine yourself an eagle soaring above downtown Newark and circling around over to Manhattan. Soaring above the Passaic River at a time the river was crystal clear and full of migrating fish and migrating birds. Please slowly open your eyes and begin to imagine what this region was like, this bioregion, this thriving bioregion was like just hours before Henry Hudson, the British explorer hired by the Dutch to begin to find that northwest passage, to the fabled riches of Asia, to find that quick route to make quicker money, to beat the other colonial powers. You can imagine how that soaring eagle was also keeping an eye for those migrating fish that were going up and down the river. And just to the right of this, you can begin to see the Hackensack River. And further beyond, if you were to tip your eye, cock your wings, and look towards the further right, you would see what we now think of as Newark. And just imagine the whales that were regularly breaching the water up and down the Hudson River, which was one of the deepest rivers imaginable because of the way the glaciers had broken and created the Hudson River Valley. Imagine the gazillions of oysters. Liberty State Park today is built on top of 7 square miles of oyster beds. 7 square miles. And we're not talking about just those little bitty oysters that maybe some of us eat occasionally at a restaurant. We're talking about oysters that were at least this size. And some of the very first colonizers were writing in their journals that these oysters were as large as 18 inches. So we're literally talking about one of the wealthiest biodiverse areas anywhere in the world. And imagine the arboreal, the primary originary forest. There's a great white cedar forest here. It was a sacred place for indigenous people and what colonists would later call the Meadowlands. And the important routes that were stretching from the Great Falls, which is a sacred place, eastward into the Meadowlands, which is also a sacred place in terms of the biodiversity and the incredible life that had been tended by the Munsee Lenape peoples and other Lenape peoples. And then it was a home for, of course, many four-leggeds and creatures that were quickly also disappearing. In part because, well, in fact, as early as the mid-1700s, just a short time, if we were to speak about generations, after Henry Hudson had arrived and began staking the claim for that fort on the bottom of New Amsterdam, it was just a matter of decades before Per Kalm, who was a naturalist, a Dutch naturalist, began his walk from Philadelphia going north towards Albany, going north towards Canada, and he began noticing in just the short amount of time he had been here that whole species and whole ecosystems were already being destroyed by 1750. So we're not just talking about the industrialization that happened later on. We're talking about an attitude of clear-cutting and basically extracting all the natural resources that were in the region. And what happens is that the Meadowlands not only was clear-cut, but places like Penn Station, as this had been at one time. Oops, I'm sorry. No, I'm way out of sync here. Okay, this is Penn Station, as it was at one time, sorry. I don't know what it is about my finger, but this is Penn Station. So when Penn Station was torn down, where was it dumped? It was dumped in the Meadowlands. Part of it was dumped in the Meadowlands. So the Meadowlands was seen as a place for not only dumping garbage that you didn't want, human waste, it was also seen as a place to dump historic buildings that were once treated as grand, beautiful places and then suddenly were not valued because progress had to keep on moving, so it was no longer valuable. So ornaments that were intricately carved by Eastern European and Southern European immigrants suddenly became dumped into the Meadowlands as if none of that labor or none of that craft mattered anymore. So I think those of us who are here and have seen this amazing film done by Julie Winokur, but really in collaboration with the ICC, know about the term sacrifice zone. It's a term that environmental justice people have been talking about across the country. Places which are not valued, communities that are not valued, and seen as the sites in which they have to make a sacrifice. Those communities have to make a sacrifice for progress that supposedly is coming upon us. And it's not just, of course, Newark, but it's also the sacrifice zone that the Ford Motor Assembly Plant up in Mahwah had created. Sorry. I don't know what it is about. Is it my finger or is it something else? I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay, there we are. The Ford Motor Plant, which when it was closed down in 1980, because of the incredible paint sludge that had been accumulating all that time, that paint sludge was basically by the town of Ringwood, which is hired to remove that paint sludge, dumped onto Turtle Clan lands, including the mines that were dug deep into the ground, that also this toxic sludge was leaking into the watershed itself. And to this day, that's an issue in that watershed itself. And this is an issue that the Turtle Clan, and here you have on the upper right the image of Wayne Mann, who is Chief Mann's cousin, who is really the man being referred to in Mann v. Ford, in which he'd been fighting the dumping of those toxins. It's been the only place that's been twice declared a Superfund site. So it's a battle that continues to this day. Those of you who have a connection to HBO or really Amazon or Netflix for that matter, you can see that documentary to this day. Now, what does any of this have to do with food justice? What does it have to do with our everyday lives? Well, I think everything, really. But we have to kind of talk about it a little bit, and it has to be something that we talk about not so much in lecture halls such as this or classrooms, but over the kitchen table. And the kitchen table for me is a very powerful image. I think it is for all of us. But it is for me especially because it's also a way in which one of my mentors, who is pictured here, John Langston Gwaltney, who many of you may not know about, but he's one of the pioneering anthropologists. He's one of the early black anthropologists. He's blind as a child. He also became this amazing carver and amazing anthropologist who is remembered by those in the field to this day. And he wrote a book that was really talking about how the talk of everyday people around the kitchen table was so important. And that it was really, Drylongza refers to, as I understand it, just so, the talk of regular folks. Not so much celebrity folks, but regular folks around the kitchen table talking about what their lives were about and what the issues were. So for me, the kitchen table, and of course the food that's served and eaten in the kitchen table, is really Drylongza. It's just so. It's that everyday interaction, the everyday coming together around food and talk and just being together, which is, of course, as we know, harder and harder to find. Oops, excuse me. Okay, that was John Gwaltney. And of course, this is Romare Bearden representation, a collage of the great Romare Bearden, in which you have that kitchen table, but in some ways, it's more expressive of the deep meaning and the family gathering that happened at that site. So what does all this have to do with, oh, see, this is why it's a jumpy, okay, sorry, oh, okay, there we go. What does all this have to do with what we're talking about today? We're talking about food justice, we're talking about the simplicity of food. We're not necessarily talking about going to and feeling envious of people who are reading the New York Times review about the most fancy restaurant you can afford. But it's talking about what happens at that kitchen table And can justice be also delicious, really with basic foods that we can all afford, and that food should be enough. In fact, we have here the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. We have enough food. We have enough food. We have enough to share. But why is it that it's not accessible to everybody? And why is it that the more people consume of the fast food and the ready-made products, the unhealthier we all get? So these are basic questions that are not just about justice, but it's also about deliciousness. And what traditions do we all come from that are delicious traditions made with whatever is around and making do by adding maybe a little more liquid so that it can be shared, a little more roots that it can be shared, that there's enough for everyone. And this, by the way, I put this in here. I know it's still morning, but we're going to have an amazing lunch today. Those of you who, if you haven't paid your $10, please do so, because you're going to get far more than $10 worth of food. But this is rice jollof and also some stewed chicken that is on the menu for lunch, and there's more as well. But food, basic food, accessible food is delicious in so many meanings of the term. So the question, whoops, oh, sorry, it really keeps on jumping. Okay, so what are your delicious justice stories? And this is really a beginning process for those of us at the Price Institute, but hopefully more and more as we spread out, as we have to respond in a viral way to doing something about the dramatic crises that we're in, of violence, but also of climate chaos that we're in. What can we as regular people around that kitchen table begin to talk about doing and making changes to doing? So just as Lift Every Voice and Sing was really about so many generations that continue to sing that song for 120 years, of course that brings us to connect with the indigenous tradition of 7 generations, thinking 7 generations ahead and 7 generations before us. So this is a quote that is about, from Chief Man, about what the challenges are. And that this is really an example of not celebrity culture again, but of how to pay attention over many generations. And if those of you who can't read it, it says, we don't know if our people are going to survive, talking about the toxic waste that so many people in the community are hit with and dying from, and young people dying from very strange diseases. But what we can do is we can use our voices and voices of other prominent people as we can continue to raise awareness. But also, Wayne Mann, who is in that film, says, you guys are the future. It's up to you guys to spread the word to the world, because the young will listen to the young. So in the end, it's not us that's going to save the planet, it's them. So we're talking about that 7 generations before, 7 generations ahead. We're talking about Lift Every Voice and Sing over that arc of time. Okay, those of you who are showing the slides later on using this thing, you have to have a light finger, and I don't have a light finger, clearly. So if we're to think 120 years from now, okay, this is MTW 43. I didn't do the math exactly accurate, but if we're to imagine MTW 160, okay, 120 years from now, we're talking about the year 2140, and I won't be around then, but I think our staff is still going to be around then organizing this event. So can we imagine that eagle view of this region that was of such amazing bounty and plenitude that it would have been the subject of a National Geographic special? Can we imagine Newark and the Pacific River as that place? And if it's not, then we know we're in a deep crisis. If it's not that, if we don't bring it back to that, then we're really in a deep crisis. So we owe it to those people who are going to be attending MTW number 160. And with that, I just want to express my appreciation. Sorry I've gone a little over time, but I wanted to kind of set the table. And I'm not sure what's on the table. From my point of view, it's chopsticks, okay, and a rice bowl. It's not necessarily a fork and knife, but I wanted to set the table for this glorious day that we're having. It's now my honor to introduce, thank you. It's now my honor to introduce very important people who make this space possible. Of course, Linda Harrison, who's the director of the Newark Museum of Art. Linda, where are you? There you are, okay. Thank you, Linda, for this space, and thank the staff, the fantastic staff you have, and all the curators for doing the great work that you're doing. And those of you who know this museum know that this is one of the best museums around ever, with a staff that has amazing heart and commitment to communities. I will be introducing Nancy Cantor and also amazing dignitaries that we have with us today. I want to encourage you to kind of look at the program and look at the biographies of each person, because I'm not going to spend time that I've just burned to read their biographies. But those of you who know Nancy Cantor know that she's been this luminous presence who's committed deeply to the city of Newark and has made so much space for those of us who want to be a part of that transformational process. So Nancy, thank you so much for everything you do, and if you could all welcome Nancy Cantor.
Thank you so much, Jack, and a shout out to the work that you and Alex Chang and others have done collaborating with partners across our region and here in Newark to bring attention to the pressing environmental issues and uplifting community legacy of food culture and land sovereignty. I want to also send a special thanks to Lacey Hunter for her creativity and organization in framing this year's MTW discussion of food, accessibility, and justice in the Black diaspora, and welcome our remarkable speakers, each a signature force in the food justice and Black food culture landscape, one that stretches, as we know, from the community gardens of frontline cities like Newark, Trenton, and Camden, to the spiritual reclaiming of Ramapo Lenape land and the recapture of Southern farming and farmers' cooperatives, and the long history that weaves Black food culture into everyday life, as Jessica Harris trenchantly documents, defying, as Psyche Williams-Forson reminds us, the persistent marketing effort to narrow and devalue Black foodways. Indeed, today will be a forceful reminder of what Ashanti Reese and Hannah Garth in their edited volume, Black Food Matters, call out. And that is, and I quote, the urgent need for weaving together the context of vibrant Black food cultures and the need to incorporate racial justice into the food justice movement. A need indeed. That's a reminder that seems ever so right in our dear home of city of Newark, New Jersey, where all of our collective work for equitable growth and racial justice occurs on lands, as Jack has said, scarred over centuries, tracing back to the violent grab of indigenous land and the long battering arm of Black Northern slavery and its persistent legacy in redlining, predatory lending, environmental pollution, mass incarceration, school segregation, public unsafety and public ill health, and more, and so much more. Yet as we will hear today in the context of Black food culture, and as we see in every ward across this city, there is and has always been a strength of voice and a persistence of Black Newark culture, painted on the walls, played in the halls, cooked in the kitchens, reminding us all that the Black diaspora never gave in or gave up. And just as our neighbors from the Turtle Clan of the Ramapo Lenape Nation forever embrace the interconnections between land and health, spirituality and sustainability, so too have Black and brown Newarkers. This is demonstrated every day on the grounds of this scarred but triumphant history by the expansive galvanizing of community across our city. Demonstrated, for example, by our partners here today from the Greater Newark Conservancy, the Urban Agriculture Cooperative, and Newark Science and Sustainability, as they lead the way, walking the winding path from food apartheid to food sovereignty. Speaking of leading the way, we have elected leaders, the best right there. A clap for the best. Who are doing just that on our behalf on precisely these kinds of issues, with Mayor Baraka's Nourishing Newark Community Grants Program, announced last year, that's providing millions of dollars to community-based organizations to combat hunger and food insecurity that the pandemic has not created but intensified in our city. And Senator Booker is lead sponsor of the Justice for Black Farmers Act that addresses long-standing federal discrimination that caused Black farmers to lose literally millions of acres of farmland and rob them and their families of the intergenerational wealth it creates. Our discussions today will persistently remind us that food, culture, sovereignty, accessibility, sustainability is a matter of collective action, an emancipatory discourse, as the scholar Bobby Smith frames it. It's also a matter of personal significance that in many ways, some subtle and some obvious, define our own individual stories and identities, framed against the background of a globalized food system. We certainly see that local global resonance and intertwining here in our global city of Newark, shaped over those centuries by migration and immigration, and forever instantiating what our treasured spirit leader, dear Clement A. Price, intoned. That is, remember, all roads lead to Newark. There is, of course, a paradox to recognize in this interplay of local culture, personal identity, and global food production. Or to say it another way, as our Rutgers Newark history professor, Habtamuta Tugegne, teaches in his course on food cultures and globalization, the very system of global food production that in many ways homogenizes and appropriates food cultures actually also connects us, and I quote, to so many parts of the world in our everyday lives through the food we consume. And this brings me to how much food cultures and food access and food sharing shape us, and to my own food story. Now, Lacey told me that each of us was to bring a food story here today, so you'll pardon me. My personal food story begins in childhood with detachment, disidentification, and even resentment, and moves into adulthood to the awe of seeing the role of food practice and food culture for my son as liberating empowerment for both worldly engagement and self-fulfillment. So first, detachment and resentment. As a child and teenager, food and food culture was far away from a personal, expansive, empowering experience, even though paradoxically, as a New York City kid, I tasted the world at local, non-fancy, eclectic eat spots with my family on the Upper West Side of Manhattan before it was gentrified. But the signature food experience repeatedly for years at my grandmother's and aunt's apartments in Brooklyn, as my cousin and I cringed at yet another Saturday with gefilte fish and matzo ball soup. And endless dishes for she and I to hand wash over and over again in the crowded, cramped kitchen while the men watched wrestling or some stupid sport on the living room TV. You get the point, not exactly awe-inspiring, nor did it connect me positively to my food culture heritage. But life changes, even as my distaste for gefilte fish will never change. Fast forward, though those early years felt like centuries, to my beloved son, our beloved son Archie, whom we lost to this world in 2021, but whose worldly engagement through language, culture, and most inspiringly, food, will never cease to remind me of how different each of our experiences can be. Archie's experience on the autism spectrum often left him feeling not fully a part of the social world, even as he literally gobbled up that world, self-teaching himself languages from Arabic to Mandarin, Urdu, Hindi, and Spanish, and on, poring over the histories, and most significantly here, mastering the foodways, sourcing authentic spices and products, and cluttering the kitchen with his version of endless courses, this time with dishes that we gladly, well, sort of gladly, washed. For Archie, food was an avenue to global belonging, to expansive knowledge-making, to connectedness to others, not appropriation of others' culture, but outward directed respect, even as it allowed him to feel inwardly fuller. His was an experience of uplift found in global food immersion when the local didn't feel fully his own. Global food culture allowed Archie to build some life locally, which brings me back to how essential food making, food sharing can be in building an equitable, just, and inclusive community. A future that emancipates, as it did a bit for Archie, and as I see it doing at our campus food pantry, where its fabulous director, Hen Delbori, works with our students to destigmatize food insecurity by empowering food literacy, food sustainability, and most importantly, diverse food cultures, connecting back to our community producers at the Urban Agriculture Cooperative and our own food creators at JBJ Soul Kitchen, and making sure not to add to food waste and environmental degradation, as our fearless climate action leader, Kevin Lyons, reminds us. And speaking of climate justice, once again, as we will hear today, food, accessibility, and justice are all intertwined, as we see so clearly in the Humanities Action Lab's Climates of Inequality, stories from the front line of the Ironbound in Newark. Moreover, food apartheid is not foreign to Newark, as more than 2,000 citizens in Newark do not live within 1 mile of fresh food and vegetables, to quote our dedicated earth and environmental science colleagues, Ashaki Roof and Amanjana Goswami, who have collaborated with community gardeners in the southeast and west wards of Newark to remediate environmental toxins and enable healthy food production. Yes, reparative justice can prevail, because as they go on to say, the collective local gardening in Newark can create a virtuous cycle as local gardens like Swag Farms or Garden of Hope or Garden of Worker Bees, to name only a few, lower costs of fresh produce at markets, creating a local supply chain with less pollution, eroding the hold of food apartheid while enriching the hold of Black and brown food cultures locally. A virtuous cycle, indeed, built from the ground up, based in collaboratives reminiscent of Fannie Lou Hamer's Freedom Farms Cooperative, and taking us as the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series always does. And as esteemed historian Ada Fields Black and renowned filmmaker Lolis E will do today, down the road of history to the hopes of community going forward. And as all of our esteemed speakers today have demonstrated, food culture is deeply part of community emancipation and simultaneously a central ingredient to self-determination, as it always has been in Black history and as it was for my son, Archie. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Nancy. It's now my honor to introduce Sarah Kay, Vice President, Corporate Responsibility at Prudential. And, oh, excuse me, I have, I keep on reading the wrong title. Inclusive Solutions at Prudential, excuse me. We had a last-minute correction on that, so thank you, Lacey. When I ran into Sarah as we were entering in, I was asking her, so Sarah, how do you pronounce your last name? Because, a lot of Asian last names kind of get mangled somehow in the Anglo-American tongue, That's certainly true for my name, but I think so many Asian names. But we figured that Sarah Kay is close enough. Sarah, my apologies for misrepresenting your title, but we really are happy that you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to welcome you all today. I know it's been almost 3 years since we've been back in person, and every time we have these different types of events where we are back in person, it's so exciting to see everyone's faces. We're so honored to welcome you. We have a long partnership with Rutgers, especially Rutgers Newark, and under Nancy Cantor's leadership. We've really worked hard to help build a college-going culture in Newark, to really increase college persistence and graduation, from economic development to supporting the arts. And especially with Clement Price, he holds a special place in my heart as well, too. He was one of the first people that I met when I started at Prudential over 12 years ago, and he really helped me understand the history and culture of Newark. That's shaped my perspective and the work that we do here, and so we're grateful to him and for him to continue to lead the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series. We've been supporting the series since 2015, and it's been such an important part of building the community and helping to educate on different issues. And so today's topic about food accessibility and justice in the Black diaspora is so incredibly salient as we're all trying to grapple with the economic and social recovery of the pandemic. I think COVID-19 really illustrated the failed policies and practices and all of the racial and poverty-related disparities around food hunger. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, 35 million people faced food hunger last year. 9 million of them were children. Out of that, 20% of Black households face food insecurity, 3 times more than white households. And according to the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, 650,000 New Jerseyans face food hunger every day, including 175,000 children. And so this issue about food insecurity, it's so connected to the success of people, especially youth and children, the communities, and our economy overall. People have to make decisions as to whether or not to pay for their medical bills or pay for food bills, providing meals for their children rather than having the meals themselves. Those basic concepts and feelings that we have around food, for myself, it's about security, comfort, learning about different cultures. Food is the first thing that I think about when I'm visiting another country or wanting to experience or learn about a different culture. And that's something that should be just easily accessible and a basic necessity for everyone, and yet it is so not inaccessible. Food and justice work and the organizing that many of you do here in the room and online, it's so intrinsically linked to jobs and housing and economic development. And so this conversation today is so incredibly important as we all think together and work together to make sure that equitable food access happens across all communities, but particularly here in our community of Newark. So I'm really excited to hear from all the distinguished speakers and artists today, and I thank you so much for joining us in person, and we welcome you again to this day. Thank you so much.
So as you can tell, we've got an amazing group of key supporters to make the change happen. It has to happen on the grassroots, has to happen amongst our students and their families. And key to that, of course, is not only the leadership of an institution such as this at Rutgers University of Newark and the Newark Museum of Art, but of course, it requires corporate support and corporate understanding, and also politicians. Now, a lot of us, I usually do kind of giggle when I say the word politicians, because we oftentimes don't trust what has happened, and deservedly so, given the nature of politics as they've kind of unfolded over the past number of years. But we here in the city are unusually fortunate to have that deep tradition of a more integral, more just set of politicians who have been really fighting for much more grounded understanding of everyday life and what is important for what people need and what people want. What we want, for those of you who are not familiar with Mayor Ras Baraka's videos, is definitely worth watching. He's, I think probably, I'm safe to say, I think the only mayor in the country and perhaps the world who also has done amazing poetry and also is able to kind of produce these amazing videos, so I encourage you to look at them. So we're really fortunate and lucky to have the mayor with us also today, and you'll get a sense of why we hold him in such esteem. So Mayor Ras Baraka.
Thank you. So I would say welcome to the Newark Museum of Art and its incredible leader, Linda Harrison, who's here as well. And it sits in Newark's Art and Education District, across the street from Harriet Tubman Square. That doesn't get applause in every circle. But we appreciate this circle. It's an honor to be here. The 43rd lecture series started by Clement Price here in this city. It's always been incredible to come here. The information, the opportunity that people get to fellowship and hear real, serious, important dialogue is very, very, very important. And the idea to make academia public and scholarship public so it can be consumed freely by the public is exactly what this is about, and it's incredibly important for us to be able to do that. And I think the topic food justice and food security and the culture of food is very timely now, specifically after us coming out or beginning to come out of this pandemic. Every New Year's Eve, my mother makes Hoppin' John with collard greens and cornbread. It is a tradition in our house and probably millions of other African Americans' households, because our culture is, while it's deeply African, it is uniquely American. My father has an incredible book, Blues People, that traces the history of our folks through music from slavery to freedom. The same can be said for food, because black-eyed peas originates from the continent of Africa, along with okra, and watermelon and yams and the things we brought over here. Forcibly, we carried it with us, but we were given leftover food, leftover from the hog that we created delicacies out of that became our meal in soul, what we call soul food or comfort food that people now use as a delicacy. We had to take that food and survive from cornmeal and flour that was given to us, leftover hogs and black-eyed peas we brought with us, and we created a meal out of it that sustained generations of our families in the midst of deep and horrifying oppression in this country. And we carried it in brown paper bags and shoe boxes on the way to the north or back and forth to the south because we couldn't stop and eat in places because we might have been lynched, because there are some things that are uniquely American for us, like jazz, blues, and lynching. And so we had to carry our food in lunch boxes and shoe boxes and paper bags because we couldn't stop to go to places to eat. So we carried that food with us. And you know it was good food because it had a greasy stain probably at the bottom of the bag. But that history of food tells about our journey here in this country. And so it's incredibly important. And the last piece I would say, which is more important to now and to my role and to all of us, the way we think about food justice, is redlining. When we think of redlining, we always think of housing and property, but redlining also had a lot to do with our access to health and health care, the building and construction of medical centers and hospitals, but also the building and construction of supermarkets and places that provided access to food. They purposefully built them further away from our communities, deliberately and intentionally as policy. And that's important because when we talk about this is not accidental or based on people's behavior, that people eat bad, that's their behavior, right? It was based on policy. So in order to change it, there has to be deliberate policy, not just us giving out money to help people in farms, urban farms and community opportunities to resist or to eat, but serious state and federal policy that repairs deliberate wrong that was done to very specific communities on purpose. Right. So I'm glad we're having this discussion, and hopefully our job in having public discourse allows it to move up to the places where it needs to go and spread around so we can change our discussions, our public discussions, into real policy and actions that take place that right wrongs that have been systematized and institutionalized for generations to come. But in the meantime, I'm going to make sure that my children have Hoppin' John and cornbread and collard greens every New Year's Eve.
So not only do we have this amazing group of people who are in the leadership of our institutions, but we also have a senator who would expect a son of Newark to be helping to submit the Farm Bill for the United States. But Cory Booker is playing that role, and we're really fortunate to have him to do that. Now, he sends his regrets. He's not able to join us directly. He's been running back and forth with all the things that he has to do in DC and everywhere else. But he did send this message, so please welcome him. And we are fortunate, Senator Booker, to have you with us in this video and to have our back as well. Senator Booker.
Hi, it's Cory Booker. I'm so sorry I couldn't join you in person, but thank you for the opportunity to share a few words as you gather for the 43rd MTW conference. Thank you for hosting what I think is a vital conversation about a topic that is so close to my heart. I am passionate about it. It is food justice. The way we produce our food touches everyone's lives, from the middle of the Corn Belt to the central ward of Newark where I live. These interconnected challenges that we are facing in our food system are a matter of justice, economic justice, health justice. It is the ideal of our country, justice for all. As mayor of Newark, I saw how our food system was deeply harming residents, as large sections of our city were essentially in food deserts, where people had no access to affordable, healthy food. Part of the solution was bringing in supermarkets to serve our residents and the creation of community gardens and urban farms, but that work is still ongoing. That's one of the reasons I joined the Senate Agricultural Committee, to work on improving our food system, making it more vital, doing the work on the federal level to make sure that folks living in towns and states across America have access to healthy, affordable, nutritious food. If we want to address a lot of other issues like climate change or inequality in our nation, we need to make changes to our food system. It affects so many areas of our lives. Food is at the center of so much of our American mission to give people life, liberty, and help them to pursue their happiness. We need to make sure that every American in our country, the wealthiest nation in the world, has not only enough food to eat, but access to fresh, healthy foods that give them the vitality they need to achieve their dreams. This is a national urgency amidst a national crisis where we're failing to achieve that for so many Americans. And so I am grateful for your partnership as we work together to address these challenges. I am inspired by you. I know that as Americans coming together, I know that as us standing together to fulfill the promise and the hope of America, because we know the American dream is not real for anyone unless it's within the reach of everyone. And vital to the American dream is making sure that we have a food system that can fuel the dreams of all Americans. Thank you, and good luck with your conference.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Now it's my great happiness and honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Lacey Hunter. Dr. Hunter started out at our university as a freshman, taking Clement A. Price's class, and has been connected to the Price Institute, but also especially the work that Dr. Price was doing. Every year, he would spend time with his classes, but also with his students, and trying to make sure that the thematic and what was being talked about and how the title was formulated and each speaker was speaking to this audience and to be building this community, because this is not at all a typical academic audience. We're not kind of trying to show off the latest little twist of something we discovered or the hyper-specialization. I mean, all that is important because it can add up to tremendous changes in a paradigm shift, but this audience is really about what you all know, what you all bring to the thematics. And what I've been told by the MTW Study Club is that Dr. Price and the whole club was always trying to figure out the highest quality speakers who could come and really speak and contribute to meet the standard of this audience. So we are trying to work in that tradition, and it's really only appropriate that Dr. Hunter is the one who now will be leading the way in terms of shaping the Marion Thompson Wright Lectures in the years to come. So I'm really especially delighted and grateful that she's agreed to do this. So Dr. Hunter, please come up.
Good morning, good folks. How are y'all? You all right out there? Yes, and to the folks watching us live streaming, welcome to you, and thank you so much for being here. Curating this year's MTW lecture series is an honor, and it is also a full circle moment for me. Jack's told you a little bit of the story. I'll tell you just a little bit more. As a student, I sat in the audience each year in awe of the scholars standing on the stage, generally in the Paul Robeson Center. And I never thought I would share a stage with those esteemed scholars and esteemed people. But I was always excited to receive an invitation from Dr. Price. He always told me to call him Clem, and I was so in awe of him. I've not found yet the ability to do that. Each year, he wrote personally to invite his students to the series, and in the days afterwards, he would ask what we thought, as though we were like board members, and he would listen very, very intently. And this was something that he modeled in his classroom, and one of the things I found striking about him when I enrolled in his early African American history class as an 18-year-old undergraduate at Rutgers University, Newark. He had a unique way of wrestling with important questions about the past as though they were critically important to our immediate moment. And even more compelling than this was the way in which he invited and challenged us to seek out answers to these questions with him. What continues to impress me about that experience is the fact that the answers always harvested new questions, and he was always happy to explore them with us. Dr. Price's model has been central in the conceptualization and organizing of today's series, Food Justice, a perspective and movement that sees affordably priced, nutritious, and culturally relevant foods as a human right. In thinking about the critical questions we may all be wrestling with at this very moment, I remembered one of my own students. At the beginning of each semester, I ask my Intro to Africana Studies classes to consider the activist roots of the field and to reflect in writing on what they want from their education, how they think it should serve them, and most importantly, what they believe they should do with their education beyond securing employment. I'm of the belief that if your education does nothing more for you than get you a job, it has underserved you. The conversation is usually very dynamic, and as students were beginning to unpack their answers, one student raised their hand to explain that these questions felt impossible. As the student explained it, they didn't feel like there was much future left for younger generations who worry about climate change, natural and man-made disasters, housing crises, a fluctuating economy, and global food insecurities. And as I watched Dr. Price do many times, I invited this student and the class to think with me about how questions of the past offer us a blueprint for living through our immediate moment and for creating the futures we want to see manifest. Today's speakers, participants represent this very idea, that the questions of our past are critically important to how we write and live out our futures. Their work is also a reminder that Black history is made and lived through our everyday lives in the day-to-day practices that preserve memory, culture, and community. And food is ideal for thinking about this. Its production, preparation, and consumption intersect with our quality of life and our understanding of past, present, and future. My father reminded me of this a few weeks ago. Hi, Dad, he's watching. And hi, Mom, she'll be upset if I don't say hi to her too. He reminded me of this a few weeks ago as I was preparing for it today when I asked him about his favorite childhood foods. He frowned at me and shook his head in a way that I read as, how can my child learn so much and still know so little? I'm glad that you're amused at this. He's going to shake his head and frown at me again when he sees me later today. Giving me enough time to recognize the misstep in my question, he said, Lacey, we were poor Black folks. You didn't have favorite foods. We ate what was prepared for us, and we were grateful. But the food was good, not like the stuff people eat now. It was wholesome, what folks, I guess, would now call organic, and that's how we survived. What followed was a long conversation about my great-grandmother's garden. He just broke this news to me in January, things they miss. And the people who would give you the shirt off their backs and feed the neighborhood, as my daddy would say, with the little they had, because preservation of community and culture was deeply embedded in their sense of a good and just society. And as we plan this day for you today, friends, colleagues, community partners, and supporters of the Price Institute and Rutgers Newark have shared similar food memories with us, affirming the importance of thinking about food justice now and always. With so many large, looming, and divisive environmental and ecological questions emerging in our society, reflecting on the cultivation and preservation of our foodways offers us a powerful means of wrestling with our past as we think about the futures we now create. What we hear today will speak to the longer history of Black people in the work of food justice through farming practices and technology developed long before the transatlantic slave trade, and food traditions passed from one generation to the next that preserved Black diaspora communities and their histories. As we listen and learn from our speakers today, I invite you to reflect on your food memories and the world around you, and to encourage you to create a more just society. And thank you, Chancellor Cantor, for sharing your beautiful, beautiful story. Thank you. And now we'll have an introduction by Ursula Kirk.
Good morning, everybody. It's exciting to be here. I would have said nerve-wracking, but now, and looking out over the crowd, it's pretty terrifying. But here goes. Dr. Fields-Black, she's not in front of me, but I wanted to share a story with you all before I got into introducing her that I think that Dr. Fields-Black would actually really appreciate. So the last 4 years, my mother has really been working on our family tree. So far, she has went back to about 1822 on my grandfather's side, then 1816 on my grandmother's side. My grandmother is a Gullah woman who was born in Bluffton, South Carolina. And her great-grandmother, her last name was Fields. So last year, I saw an article in the New York Times about a Black-owned farm in South Carolina that was owned and operated for several generations of a Black family with the last name of Fields. So I got excited, and I shared it with my mother, and we reached out via Facebook to this particular family, and not to our surprise, they did not respond. So I don't know if this is just unique to the African American culture or if it's universal, but typically when a long-lost relative reaches out to you, our default reaction is they're looking for money. So when I was forwarded Dr. Fields-Black bio, I got excited when I saw her last name and also specifically the work that she's doing regarding rice growers coming out of West Africa and how they came to be in South Carolina and Georgia. So even though she's not here, I want to say, hey, we might be cousins, but rest assured I'm not asking you for money. So my name is Ursula, and I am actually the Food Hub Program Manager for Urban Ag Cooperative. Ordinarily, you would be speaking, thank you. Ordinarily, you'd be speaking to Emilio Panaski. He is our executive director, but he's not here today, so for some reason, he had faith in me to present for us. So I want to first just read a statement that comes directly from our website regarding the work that we do. I think it pretty succinctly and accurately depicts us. Urban Ag Cooperative is a Newark-based nonprofit that acts as the connective tissue in our local food economy, planning and operating food hubs, farmers markets, online ordering, creating new urban farms, and other special food system programs. So as the Food Hub's program manager, the bulk of my work is centered around coordinating and working directly with farmers. So primarily buying produce from them to resell on our online website or to curate our farm-to-family produce boxes that has been a pretty robust part of our business lately. So I really want to highlight the piece around the creating new urban farms, because especially with my role with Urban Ag Cooperative, I recognize that being this connective tissue, we cannot be successful with what we do without engaging the urban farmers. And when I say engaging, I mean, of course, creating these new urban farms, but also rallying behind and supporting the existing urban farms. For farmers, because essentially between the two, the new urban farms and of course our existing urban farms, we can create a viable food economy, one that can accommodate a very populous city like the city of Newark. And this current urban farmer is evidence of the part of our culture that was bequeathed to us as illuminated in Dr. Fields-Black work, Deep Roots. It's the development of the rice growing technology among the indigenous communities of coastal Guinea and how that came to be to the Americas by way of the mid-Atlantic slave trade. So with that said, oopsie. Dr. Edda Fields-Black, I welcome you, I thank you, and I look forward to hearing all that you have to say today.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, to Ursula's question, the Fields family is from Green Pond, South Carolina. And I'll talk a little bit about my dad's family in the course of my remarks, but on both sides, the Fields, the Frasers, the Richards, we're all from Green Pond, Whitehall, South Carolina. And there are a number of Fields families, and I do know the folks at Fields Farm on Johns Island. Not sure if we're related. We've been trying to figure these things out. But yes, good people, definitely good people. So I want to start by saying thank you, first of all, to Dr. Lacey Hunter and Dr. Jack Chen for inviting me this morning to give the 43rd annual Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series, to be a part of it here at the Clement A. Price Institute. What I'm going to do this morning is I'm going to talk a little bit about my project, Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked, Requiem for Rice, and use this project, artistic collaboration, as a way to talk about my research on both sides of the Atlantic, rice farmers in pre-colonial West Africa and the Upper Guinea Coast, and then African Americans who were enslaved on rice plantations in the South Carolina and Georgia Lowcountry. And I'm planning to leave myself a few minutes at the end because I want to read to you from the libretto that I wrote for Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked, Requiem for Rice. So I'm going to keep myself on time here. All right. And I should also say, you know, it's a really big treat to talk about the Requiem. COVID put a lot of things on hold. And Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked is a full symphonic work and one of few about slavery. And the composer and I were really building up a lot of steam in 2019, finishing the work and having it performed. It will actually be performed at Lincoln Center on March 3rd. So we're really excited about that. Thank you. But COVID put everything on ice, you know, because symphonies weren't performing large symphonic works. And symphony halls were even closed for a while. So it's a treat to think about it and talk about it. In many ways, Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked grew out of a 2017 report by the Southern Poverty Law Center called Teaching the Hard History of American Slavery, and which showed that too often when slavery was taught, and mind you, this was before the current backlash, right? The critical race theory and whatever they want to try to call it, backlash, that we're experiencing now with the censorship of books and everything. That even then, when slavery was taught, the subject was often mistaught, mischaracterized, sanitized, and sentimentalized, leaving students poorly equipped to understand contemporary issues of race and racism. That American students were taught only that enslaved people were brute laborers who contributed little to antebellum economies of the US South. That most Americans still thought of enslaved laborers, again, as brute laborers and not as skilled laborers. Yet generation of historians, myself included, working on both sides of the Atlantic, have established that between the late 1400s and the mid-1800s, an estimated 12 million men, women, boys, girls, husbands, wives, children were stripped of their liberty, captured, marched from the interior to the coast, imprisoned, sold, and forcibly removed from Western Africa. that during the terrible, brutal, dehumanizing voyage through the Middle Passage, African captives were stripped of their legal personhood, and those who perished crossing the Atlantic in the Middle Passage were left unburied. Approximately 10 million captives survived the Middle Passage and disembarked in the New World. That more than 160,000 captives who disembarked in Carolina and Georgia colonies, there were to an untold number were sold to planters in these regions. And that approximately 60,000 of these captives were purchased in West Africa's Upper Guinea coast, where the inhabitants had grown rice for hundreds, if not thousands of years before the advent of Europeans and the transatlantic slave trade. And it was the ingenuity of the captives from the Upper Guinea coast, not just their brute labor, that helped South Carolina planters identify a staple crop and subsequently launch and sustain South Carolina's commercial rice industry. So it was enslaved laborers who made coastal South Carolina rice planters the richest planters in British North America before the American Revolution, and the richest planters with the largest slave holdings in the U.S. South up until 1851. Yet, as we know, enslaved laborers never profited from their ingenuity or their labor. The loss of their lives and the exploitation of their skills have gone unmourned. On these low-country rice plantations, the overall death and infant mortality rates, adult death and infant mortality rates were ghastly. Both remained unspeakably high in South Carolina and Georgia's coastal plains until the beginning of the Civil War. People ask me all the time, why were the death rates so high? The environment was pretty deadly. Enslaved people worked in swamps, and in these swamps there were all kinds of carriers of disease, including mosquitoes. And so a large percentage suffered from chronic malaria. And, these were people who originated, or their ancestors originated in West Africa, so had a certain degree of inherited immunity to a malaria. That doesn't mean you don't catch it. It just means it doesn't kill you, or it doesn't kill as many people. But children, elderly people, people with compromised immune systems still died at much higher rates. And women who became pregnant and who had suffered from chronic malaria often gave birth to underweight babies that had difficulty thriving, okay? So these children started out life with many strikes against them and with immune systems which often did not enable them to survive the diseases to which they were exposed through the course of their lives. And for adults, the highest death rates actually came from respiratory illness. During the wintertime, working in the swamps, working in water up to their knees sometimes, or pounding rice in very cold and drafty barns in the middle of the winter. And as we were going through COVID, I had a little insight on this. If you think about a barn full of women pounding rice, right? And whether the doors are open and the cold air is coming in, or the doors are closed and everyone is sort of breathing in each other's germs, you can see why adults in the wintertime are dropping from pneumonia and other kinds of upper respiratory illnesses. So the floods that fertilized the rice fields created an extremely deadly environment for enslaved Africans. 2/3 of enslaved children born on rice plantations in the 19th century died before they were 15 years old, okay? And the numbers that I'm giving are from the 19th century, so the rice fields were already established. This leaves historians to imagine what happens in the 18th century when the rice fields are constructed and the coastal wetlands are cleared. These enormous cypress trees that could be 10 to 12 feet in diameter are uprooted. We really can't get at the death rates for that period. And in pockets of the Low Country, such as along the Savannah River, it's estimated that there was a 90% death rate between 1833 and 1864. Okay. Okay. There are other things we can't count. We can't count miscarriages. We can't count stillbirths. We have no way of really getting at the full spectrum of child mortality, the full spectrum of infant mortality, the full spectrum of mortality for adults and children and the unborn, okay? So many of the graves of enslaved people and their descendants located by low country creeks are today unmarked and untended. So this is where I got the concept and the title of Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked. So, you know, I'm a transnational historian. I call myself a rice historian. I work on rice on both sides of the Atlantic, pre-colonial West Africa, Upper Guinea Coast, coastal Guinea, to be specific, and then the antebellum period, right, in coastal South Carolina and the rice plantations, slavery on these rice plantations. And the development of the technology, the transmission of the technology, and then how the forced labor in this technology impacts the lives of enslaved people. And I have to say, when I started that work and when I crossed over to this side of the Atlantic, it was quite a shock because in West Africa, this technology is created for subsistence, right? It's created for people to feed their families, and they're employing family labor. And I don't know about you, but it's very difficult to work one's own family members to death. They might think you're working them to death. But these systems are based on family labor. They're based on community labor and mobilizing that labor. And yes, there's coercion. There is some coercion because the teenage boys did not want to go out and clear the mangroves, right? But their labor was controlled by the elder men, that if they wanted land, if they wanted resources to marry and start their own families, if they wanted to become adult men in the community, and eventually elders who then controlled the labor of the next generation, which basically meant retiring around age 40, right, from doing this very heavy labor, but supervising the young, you know, mouthy boys, I call them, then they had to pay into the system. They had to do that work and earn that privilege, those privileges. So yes, there was coercion, but this was family labor. This was community labor. And it was for the benefit of feeding the family or feeding the community. That same technology, when it's translated onto a commercial system, has a very different impact. And so you do not see the kinds of death in West Africa, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial. You don't see that kind of death. Death and rice don't go together in West Africa in the same way that they do in coastal South Carolina and Georgia. So that was something that, for me, I had to deal with that. You know, how do you deal with death as a scholar? And we're supposed to be detached, and we're supposed to be objective, and all of that is a bunch of bunk. But also as a descendant. And as I mentioned, my father's family on both sides, Daddy was born in Green Pond, okay? I'm a Miami kid. I'm a child of the Great Migration. And the Great Migration went north, it went west, and it went south. So they went south from Green Pond, which is south of Charleston, on your way to Beaufort, okay, Colleton County. They went south to Miami, which is where I was born. And, you know, I had been studying rice for a while, and maybe I'll get into my food story. So my food story is growing up in Miami as part of the Gullah Geechee diaspora and not really knowing what any of this meant. Knowing that my grandparents did not speak English. I didn't know what they spoke. We would go and visit them in Opelika, and it's like my mom, my sister, and I were watching a tennis match. You know, we're looking in their mouths, and we're looking at Daddy, and we're looking, and he's speaking English. I've never heard my father speak Gullah, never. But they're not. He understands what they're saying, and we don't. And he rejected all the food they ate, including rice. So I didn't grow up with those foods. But we went to South Carolina every summer. We went to Green Pond every summer. And we went to stay with my great-grandmother. We also went out to eat every night. I mean, this is deep. I'm not going to do a whole family psychoanalysis here, but we went out to eat every night, okay? So again, my relationship to the food was more tangential because Dad had his ideas about healthy eating. So, healthy eating, you know? But I was connected, I was exposed. I knew where they were, I knew who they were, I knew this was my family, and I was intrigued, honestly. I wanted to know more about what I didn't understand from watching this tennis match. I wanted to be able to communicate with my grandparents, and then my great-grandmother. Ooh. If you thought I couldn't understand them, Great-Granny never left Green Pond. You know, she spent her entire life there, and that's not true, until she was almost 100 when they brought her to Miami, you know. So that was some deep Gullah over there. But as a descendant, being confronted with this history, and through a process, I can't say that I knew, as I was working in West Africa and literally working in the rice fields, I didn't have as clear a sense that my family had been enslaved on about 7 rice plantations in coastal South Carolina. I can't give you a date when that revelation hit me. It was a series of small steps. But I do know that in 2013, I visited a plantation where my ancestors are buried. If I had to give a date, this would be the date. because I was starting a family genealogy. I was working on the book, which is about to be published. And I went to a cemetery to try to find the Fields family. And it was a rice plantation. And I was confronted with the state of the graves that had been abandoned on this rice plantation, and one that was damaged. It was open, and my ancestors' remains were floating at the top. That's when I needed a requiem for rice. I needed a way to convey the pain of this death. And it's not only a death that ends with the Civil War, but it's a death for the people. It's an ongoing state of death and loss that is a legacy of this history. It's also an ongoing, it should be, an ongoing state of honor and celebration for the 274,000 acres that formerly enslaved people built, acres of rice fields, with their own hands, right? And for creating this, one of the most lucrative commercial economies, plantation economies in the New World. So, the Miami kid learned to eat rice. I teamed up with an amazing composer, John Wineglass. John Wineglass is a 3-time Emmy Award winner. And interestingly, he's a DC kid whose dad, on both sides, is from Georgetown, South Carolina. So we are covering the largest rice-producing areas in South Carolina. Me in the Ace Basin in the south of Charleston, him north of Charleston and Georgetown. And both of us, I think he knew even less about his dad's family and their connection to the rice plantations on which they were enslaved. I wrote a libretto that is the basis of the project, and the project was meant, I chose this form of the requiem to lament the souls of the dead, and to, as well as to celebrate. So it's a lamentation, but it's also a celebration. And I wrote the text on which the project is based, and I'm gonna read you a snippet of it. Drawn from primary sources, and the same primary sources that I've used in my academic research, but interpreted through an artistic voice. So these are accounts written by the first Europeans to visit West Africa, the Upper Guinea Coast, as well as the South Carolina and Georgia Lowcountry, WPA interviews of people who were formerly enslaved or their parents were enslaved on Lowcountry rice plantations, as well as archaeological, botanical, and biological reports, journals, and slave lists from Lowcountry rice plantations. And these slave traders and slaveholders, WPA interviewers, and archaeologists, they're all products of their time, right? They're products of their time, and they assume that Africans, enslaved people, freed people whom they observed were different from and therefore inferior to themselves, brute laborers at best and non-human at worst. So in addition to the historian's skills of detection that I used to unearth the documents, I made them what I call testify against themselves in the institution of enslavement and bear witness to the humanity, the labor, the skill, and the suffering of African Americans engaged in rice production in South Carolina and Georgia's Lowcountry. And each movement of the libretto is actually based around the agricultural cycle. So each movement elucidates the work that enslaved Africans did and West Africans did in the rice fields and the dangers that they encountered. And each movement ties this agricultural cycle piece to a gut emotion, and it moves back and forth through moments of history. It includes a call and response to movements of an enslaved woman singing about sexual exploitation by the driver, and the driver singing about the overseer sexually abusing his wife. So you had enslaved women who were basically sexually abused all around. It introduces the audience to unique features of the low-country plantation economy, like the task system and enslaved drivers. And it harkens back, forward and backward to pre-colonial West African culture, the Middle Passage, moments in African American history, connecting temporal shifts to field work and enslaved laborers' skill, technology, and the low-country rice fields. Okay, and I should say that in addition to the form of the requiem and the spirit of the requiem, it also takes inspiration from kusap, which is a funeral rite among the Jola in Senegal, in which corpses are interrogated. After someone dies, there's an interrogation of the corpse so that they can tell the story of what happened to them in their passing. And this allows then, in my use of this, the ancestors to tell their story of loss, brutality, ingenuity, and triumph. And I would argue that this is social justice. So, in my remaining 5 minutes, and my timer just went off, I'm going to read for you from the libretto of Unburied, Unmourned, Unmarked. And this passage I've chosen is actually the 5th section. So it's not in the beginning, right? It's kind of towards the end, but it's about the Middle Passage. So the libretto starts in West Africa, and then it goes to South Carolina. And then in the middle, we have to go through the Middle Passage. And we have to go through the Middle Passage then because this is the stage in the agricultural cycle when the rice fields are flooded. And it's, if you remember, it's that flood water that was so deadly. The stagnant water, the mosquitoes, the chronic malaria, and everything that wrought. So here we go. Come, help hoist the gate for the 3 flow. Sprout flow to sprout the rice. Stretch flow to make it grow. Then came the harvest flow to full it out, make the grains ripe. We worked ankle deep in mud, constant moisture, vapors from stagnant water, bare heads exposed to fierce summer sun and dampened by chilly autumn dew. Overworked to meet the season, we sank under muck work and poor diet, lack of stamina and vital energy, parapneumonia, pleurisy, chills, fever, and stomach worms. Clouds of mosquitoes, swarms of galley nippers darkened the air, rushed upon us with the fury of yellow jackets, whose hive had been broken into, piercing 1,000 stings at a time. Strangers could not work in a rice swamp. They took sick in 3 days. If Africans have natural immunity to malaria, where are our children? Until the war, 90% died before age 15, 4 out of 10 in their first year of life. We've lost so many. They all go so. Should have buried each child with a small bow and several arrows, a little bag of parched meal, a miniature canoe, and a little sack with an iron nail sharpened and fashioned to one end. should have covered their little bodies with a piece of white muslin, painted the shroud with figures in blue and red. Our countrymen on the other side would recognize our babies and welcome them among our ancestors. O Gambia, I will not go again on that big water. Did they make it back to Guinea? The husbands stolen from wives, mothers stolen from children, youth taken from the communities, and babies from their mothers' breasts. Babies' heads broken against trees, elders abandoned to die, women too pregnant to make the passage over land tied to trees, carried off by strangers and taken to wife far from home. The caravans kept moving from the interior to the coast. Did they make it back to Congo? Those who saw the water's edge and jumped, refusing to board the slaving vessels, black bodies stiff as boards before they broke the water's surface. Some who could swim held their breath, inhaled and filled their lungs with water. Others refused to eat, refused to be lashed, took sulk and succumbed to melancholy and catatonia, flew back to Africa, back to the land of our ancestors. Did they make it back home? Those who would sell for little at auction, but whose torture taught others not to cry out, not to refuse, not to rebel. Slave ship captain mercilessly flogged an infant, had its feet put in scalding water until the skin and toenails peeled off, all because the child refused its mother's breast. He tied a mango tree branch around the baby's neck by a string and dropped the child and the weight out of his hands. Damn you, I will make you eat, or I will be the death of you. And he was. Then he made me heave my baby's body overboard to be devoured by the schools of sharks that always trailed slave ships anticipating such a feast. The death of our children was the death of our spirits, our will and our hopes to ever see our home and our loved ones again. 10.5 million captives arrived in the New World. Only the most highly valued survived. It is unnatural for the old to bury the young, for our ancestors to remain unburied, unmourned. Watery graves have no markers. Too many violent, senseless deaths without proper burial. Our ancestors could not cross Kalunga to the ancestral world. Make the graves north to south, so the spirits know we drowned in the floods of the Atlantic and the low-country rice fields. Pass the babies over the graves, lest their mothers come back to claim them. Plant cedar trees to mark our sacred ancestral resting places. Dark, disturbed, and deceased ancestors trouble the water, trouble the living until we honor our dead. Aset, Yemaya, Mamiwata, take us back to the water, back through the flood, so we find our way to the light. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm hungry, especially after that fantastic presentation. My name is Dr. Helene D. Lewis, and I have the pleasure of inviting you all to break bread with me with a poem. And afterwards, we're going to reconvene in 45 minutes after we get our yum-yums on, okay? This poem is called Secret Ingredient, and I would like to dedicate this to my mother who is watching from above. I am my mother's buttermilk biscuits made from scratch on Christmas. Secret ingredient, love. No doubt handed down from her mother and her mother before her. I can taste them, saliva glands in a roar like grits, with butter, no sugar, 2 slices of bacon and scrambled eggs, washed down with hot chocolate and tang that my mother, Mama Helen, made for me every day before school after working on her feet 10 hours to close her eyes at midnight to awaken at 6 a.m. to start her first job, cooking, working to nourish me. Her sleepless nights and work-worn body sacrifices made me, along with bologna and cheese sandwiches on white bread with mayo, a poor child's lunch break from ketchup sandwiches. How many days did Mama not eat so her 6 seeds could? Heaven, heaven, heaven is the burden of poor black, formerly colored mothers from the South. I am the 3-second rule before kissing it up to God. The backyard mustard and collard greens grown from last year's seeds, picked by my mother, grown by my father, then washed 1, 2, 3 times, not 2 times, 3 times. Then rolled and cut, stored next to the okra and string beans in the deep freezer. Back then, I thought it was fun, not survival, to play in dirt, to snap the beans, to pull the carrots, to pick the tomatoes, to plant the garden, to laugh at my father for being so upset that the raccoons living in the sewer across the street ate his corn, our corn. But raccoons gotta eat too. The food he learned to grow growing up in Palatka, Georgia, segregated South, where his mother was told by the white landowner, you better have that boy in the fields early. Early with no shoes, early with no food in his belly, early with no schooling, just early. A long life. A lifetime is the wish of poor black, formerly colored fathers who heard boy one time too many. I am shaking trees for pecans. I am climbing the mango trees in Aunt Lois's backyard, complete with mango juices, covered clothes, and a switch to my butt. I am watermelon with seeds, not that man-made madness. Tasteless nonsense. I am boiled eggs and green books on 95 South, praying the police will not harm me or my family. I am chewing pickled pig feet from the corner store, watching my sister jump rope on summer days. I am red bucket of white lid filled with hog moss and chitlins served over rice. I am black-eyed peas on New Year's for good luck. I am Juneteenth and red velvet cakes. I am my father's squirrel and raccoon stew. I am cow tongues. I am fried porgies on Sundays and tripe from a can. I am fish head soup and cornbread. I am oxtails. I am hog head cheese. I am all the cut-offs, not delicacies. I am the one who fed the slaves, who built this so-called discovered land with stolen people. I am those who encoded my great-great-great-great-great-grandmother and daddy's survival, family, tradition, love. So break bread with me. To honor those who came before us, to honor the forgotten, to honor the forgotten history we lost, to honor the land that feeds us, to honor the air we inhale, to honor the water that we all need for seeds to grow, to make the food we eat, and pray that each of us and our children's children will be lucky enough to have a person that cooks with that secret ingredient called love, love, love.
Fantastic. Thank you, Helena. This is wonderful. Every time we have a chance, Helena is writing a poem for any conference we're doing. Thank you, Helena, just fantastic. So we now, believe it or not, after having had the appetizer and the first dish. We are now finally getting ready to have the main meal. But I wanted to, as you're finding your way to the Englehart Court, is that correct? Yeah? Please stop by our friends at Source of Knowledge Bookstore who have brought books that are written by the authors that you are seeing today and witnessing today, but also additional books that they've been kind enough to bring. So we thank them. And then I also want to acknowledge that Carol Thompson has been the person we've been working with, that dear Claudia Sepulveda, who's been, by the way, I have to acknowledge Claudia Sepulveda, who's our administrative director. Claudia and Honey Foster, who may not be here. Where's Honey? Is Honey's back there? Okay, Honey Foster in the back. And so many other people, but especially the two of them have been staying up really till midnight, just about every night for the past number of weeks. But that's what it takes to pull this whole thing together. It's so complicated logistically. But thank you to them. But Claudia especially has been working with Carol in making sure at Eclectic Catering to make sure that the meal would be really fully in sync with the spirit of the conference and the dishes that have been talked about. So thank you all, and just so come back. So if you haven't got your lunch ticket, $10. You can't get a better deal anywhere. $10 for this lunch, and then come back. 45 minutes. Come back after 40, but really come back, so because you're going to be, it's after dinner, after lunch. But please come back because we've got amazing speakers in the afternoon as well. So thank you all. And for those of you online, you don't know what you're missing, okay?
Good afternoon. I really hope you enjoyed that wonderful lunch. Yes. I know that you all join me in thanking all of the Price Institute staff, Jack Chen, Lacey Hunter, Claudia Sepulveda, Honey Foster, and everyone else for bringing us the 43rd Marion Thompson Wright Lecture. And I also have to thank them for reconvening the Marion Thompson Wright Study Club, which evoked, I think Clement and Giles both felt that this had to be a lecture series informed by scholarship and a value to the community. And it still remains, arguably, well, I would say for sure, New Jersey's most significant history observance during Black History Month. So that, of course, brings me to thanking Nancy Cantor and Sherry Ann Butterfield and all of the people. We are so fortunate to have an institution like Rutgers, a university like Rutgers in Newark, that looks out to the needs of the community, much like John Cotton Dana did when he founded this museum. What does the community need? We will bend our will towards that. So, in preparing for today, I conducted a picture search through the Price family photo archives. I was looking for photographs of the Reese family, a family of extended Price relatives who lived and farmed in Upland, South Carolina, in a little town called Eastover. It was an unbelievable honor to have spent time in the Reese's presence, in the sanctified spaces of farm fields that had been wrested from slavery and remained in a family, spending time with Mr. Reese looking out at his crops, and in Sarah Reese's kitchen, a pilgrimage site, literally, for the entire family, where a wood stove continued to coexist with the electric oven. I've often said that a set designer could not have done a better job of creating a kitchen for a turn-of-the-century, brilliant black cook, a woman, and the table around which she gathered everybody. She did do one thing, however, Dr. Harris. She convinced us to use smoked turkey in our collard greens instead. Still, she thought it was healthier. The land that they farmed and the food they grew and cooked and the grace and hospitality that the Reeses extended to so many just remind me, and again, that one need not be wealthy in the conventional sense to be incredibly rich in spirit and love and in sharing food. So I couldn't find the picture of the Reeses, unfortunately. Someday I will unearth it. But I did, as I conducted this picture search, find I don't know how many photos taken during past Marion, Thompson, Wright lectures, often around food tables. After each lecture, Clement and Giles Wright would, for hours, delightedly deconstruct the weekend, listen to the tapes over and over again, and always decided that the lecture just concluded was the best MTW yet. And I'm going to posit that this, too, is the best MTW yet. Thank you to all of the speakers who have come from near and far, and for those of you in the Newark community who have worked so hard for food justice. And in that regard, this year the Price Institute is expanding its yearly awards to acknowledge those whose work demonstrates a dedication to food justice by recognizing 2 Newark schools and 2 pioneers in civil rights and Black culinary history. These awards provide us with a different light on the nature of public history, one that allows us to see community care and cultural preservation as core dimensions of remembering the past and imagining the future. The Price Institute recognizes Avon Academy Elementary School and Phillips Academy Charter School for their approaches to teaching students how to create sustainable futures. Avon, thank you. I'm going to read brief citations for each school, and I believe while I read them, photos are going to be shown. Is that correct? Avon Avenue Elementary School is in Newark South Ward and has long been committed to racial justice with particular attention to promoting the health and wellness of students and community. Through partnerships with the Greater Newark Conservancy, Avon students gain access to green spaces, nutritious food, wellness education, and youth development. The care developed within the school is extended through its community refrigerator, located in Avon's Garden, which provides families and local residents with access to free and fresh foods. This year, Avon Avenue partnered with Newark-based Rabbit Hole Farm through the Newark Conservancy with the help of Food Corps service member Bridget Bird. This partnership offers students powerful learning experiences that teach them what foods are grown at the farm and how it is sustained and how foods are sustained and preserved. Through outdoor class experiences and some taste testing, I certainly hope, of herbs and spices, Avon students are exposed to foods they may not normally have access to, and to an enjoyable learning experience that demonstrates the creative possibilities in our city. The administration at Avon Avenue was unable to be with us today, but we salute them and acknowledge the leadership of Principal Krishna Barroso and Vice Principal Marion Kramer. Thank you, Avon Avenue School. Phillips Academy Charter School is located not so far from this museum, just up Central Avenue, and has been committed to student wellness since its founding. Phillips emphasizes connections between student achievement and wellness by integrating a curriculum based on food literacy, sustainability, and nutrition. This multidiscipline approach reinforces the importance of environmental and nutritional stewardship through the school's own Aero Farm rooftop garden. This is amazing that elementary schools are doing this, isn't it? I'm so impressed. As well as an eco-space education program designed to show how food is grown, nurtured, harvested, cooked, and served. The Academy's partnership with Red Rabbit, a Black-owned school food management company, affirms the importance of culturally relevant foods in the school's curriculum and culture. Phillips Academy's work to connect sustainable gardening practices with culture-based foodways linked to their cultures prepares students to navigate in a truly global society and demonstrates that learning is not limited to school buildings and classrooms. And we are delighted that Phillips Academy's Chief Operating Officer, Natalie Guy, will receive the award.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all your work. Thank you. We'll say a few words.
Yes, please. All right. Beautiful. My heart is so full. I love what I do. I love what my school does. This little one right here, raise your hand, Chloe, is my, she's my 7-year-old who has been at Phillips since pre-K, and it's a testament to how much I believe in this school, that I send my child there to be nurtured. She comes home with greens that if I put on the table, she'd never eat. But just the fact that she is becoming a little sustainability change agent means the world to me. And as was mentioned, we really are right down the street. We're doing amazing things. We're truly from ground to table. Our children, they grow our herbs and vegetables and fruits. They go into their salad bar that our chef prepares. They have fresh food every day. Our Aero Farm supplements some of the greens that we have, which is absolutely amazing concept for them to experience. They harvest, and then they start the process all over again. And embedded in that whole process are STEM lessons and mathematical lessons. So we're really, truly creating the future in terms of individuals that are focused on sustainability. And we are really trying to eradicate these food scarcities. We see it every day in our families. And now they have an opportunity to come and try to figure out ways that we can all become better change agents in our community. So please, we have an open door policy. If you want to see our rooftop garden, if you want to see our Aero Farm system, if you want to see our little future change agents in action, you are more than welcome to come check us out at Phillips Academy. And thank you so much for this award. We really appreciate the recognition for this hard work.
Thank you, Ms. Guy. The Legacy Awards this year are being given to 2 towering figures in American history and in the national recognition of Black culinary traditions, Leah Chase and Rudolph "Rudy" Lombard. One of the nation's oldest and most important, as we've talked about many times today, Black diasporic cities, New Orleans has long represented a culinary crosswind of African, indigenous, and European cuisines. Yet the city is also one of many places in the nation marked by a history of racial tension, segregation, and the fight for equality. The activism and advocacy of Leah Chase and Rudy Lombard exemplify this history. Leah Chase was born in January of 1923 in New Orleans. Her love of food and her understanding of racial injustice began early. As one of 14 children, she worked on her family's Madisonville strawberry farm, but she was unable to attend the segregated parochial schools there, so she completed her education beyond 6th grade at St. Mary's Academy in New Orleans. After her marriage to jazz musician Edgar Dookie Chase II in 1946, Leah began working at the Chase family's po' boy stand. Her vision and culinary genius helped to make this business a well-known sit-down restaurant, the Dookie Chase Restaurant, and a hub of civil rights organizing. Indeed, Dookie Chase was a key space for integrating civil rights strategizing during the civil rights movement. Activists utilized the restaurant for voter registrations. These things were dangerous. Voter registrations, political forums, and NAACP gatherings. Also an ardent supporter of art, which makes me quite happy, Leah organized viewings of African American paintings and sculptures in her restaurant, which helped increase the visibility of the city across the nation and, of course, helped the artists. Over the course of her life, Leah's activism and culinary brilliance promoted recognition from the NAACP, the National Conference of Christians and Jews, National Council of Negro Women, and the James Beard Foundation. She was even the inspiration for Disney's Princess Tiana in the animated film, The Princess and the Frog. She remained a chef at Dookie Chase until her passing in 2019. Rudy Lombard was born in 1939 in the Algiers neighborhood of New Orleans. Growing up in a period of intense racial discrimination, violence, and segregation in our nation, he developed an early sense of social injustice and the need to end it. After graduating from Xavier Prep, Lombard attended Xavier University and worked as a longshoreman, where he developed leadership and organizing skills that served him well throughout his life. In the 60s, he led a sit-in at McCrory's Five and Dime in protest of its Jim Crow laws, which culminated in the Lombard v. State of Louisiana Supreme Court case. Victory in this case led to the desegregation of public spaces and businesses throughout the state. Lombard served as the New Orleans chapter president of CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, participated in freedom rides, volunteered at the Mississippi Freedom Summer, which we've discussed in this conference, and participated in various voter registration initiatives throughout the South. His leadership, service, and activism continued throughout his life, expanding to include advocacy for housing, security, city revitalization, cancer awareness, youth programs, and of course, New Orleans Black Creole cuisine. His book, Creole Feast, originally published in 1978, supported the recognition of New Orleans Black Creole chefs, including his friend Leah Chase, and spurred a national conversation about the importance of African American culinary traditions in American cuisine and culture. He remained an active and beloved community leader until his death in 2014 at the age of 75. Through their efforts to promote racial equality in New Orleans and to support the broader civil rights movement throughout this country, Rudy Lombard and Leah Chase exemplify African Americans' long fight for food justice and the interconnected issues of social and economic inequality. Both demonstrate the power of preserving culture, community organizing, and community care. Coming to us from afar, I believe after a brief video, will be Edgar Chase III, the brother of Leah Chase, and her sister Leah Chase Kamada. and Mr. Lombard's son, Damon Lombard. So I'm going to step aside so we can see the video. Okay, they are joining us live on Zoom. Edgar Chase III, Leah Chase Kamada. Hi, hello.
Hi. Thank you so much.
We mourn the passing of your sister, but we are so very happy to be able to honor her.
Thank you so much.
And there is a large and appreciative community here, probably buying the books as we speak. Would you like to say anything else to us, sir?
I would like to say, I hope you can hear me clearly, that my mother always used the term grateful to you, because my mother understood that any Black-owned business could only survive if it showed itself in their products to be grateful to their customers forever. So the customers would always come back. And we celebrated that history that my mother gave us in a mantra that she gave us to pray, work hard, and do for others. That way people will experience love, not only through the food we have at Dookie's, through the art we have at Dookie's, and through the music that we cherish at Dookie's, as my daddy loved his big band music. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chase, we love jazz here in Newark too, and we'll be sure that you get a video of the entire conference. And now I believe Damon Lombard has some remarks that he's prepared.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Rutgers University, Newark. Thank you, Lacey Hunter, for helping us in this process. Thank you, Marion, Thompson, Wright Lecture Series for recognizing my uncle, Dr. Rudy Lombard. On behalf of the Lombard family and his large extended family, we all want to give you a heartfelt thank you. Food was extremely important to Uncle Rudy. Living life was extremely important to him too. Food was an important puzzle in his story of building community. He graduated from Xavier University, New Orleans. Soon after, he joined CORE, and he did important work with voting rights and civil rights. He left New Orleans and went to Syracuse University, where he worked on his PhD, studied public policy and transportation. His research focused on the negative impacts of the interstate highways, especially in New Orleans and other parts of the country. The highways destroyed Black neighborhoods, Black institutions, and Black communities. His response to that research became important when he came home because he helped develop the Neighborhood Development Foundation. It was designed to build communities. It was designed to promote home ownership. It was designed to help build wealth, and it was helped to develop and redevelop neighborhoods. Around the same time, this book came around, Creole Feasts, and I was a small boy when it came out. And based upon the back, I thought it was just a cookbook. Little did I understand as a small boy, they helped define my history and my culture. It was also a love letter to all of those master chefs who worked in the restaurants and people didn't know who they were. You didn't have a situation now where you have these celebrated chefs. Instead, they were employees of big restaurants, but they were not recognized as they should have been. And also there was a love letter to the recipes, which helped define who we were, helped define who we are, and hopefully define who we will be. Towards the end of his life, he lived in Chicagoland, and he worked particularly with Black men with prostate cancer. And that work, he worked with Northwestern University and Clark Atlanta University, but the focus was on food as a way to promote health, food as a way to prevent disease, and also the idea of using food as a way to build relationships, build communities, and improve better health outcomes for everybody. Uncle Rudy always made clear the importance of food Food is identity, food is community, food is culture, food is tradition, food is nutrition and health. And the love of food involved the people who made the food, like his mother, and the people who will make it, like me and like you. As we move forward, food access and food quality are extremely important to sustain community and to build the community. Thank you again for having this important conversation. Thank you for welcoming me into this space. Thank you for recognizing the contributions of my uncle and my friend, Dr. Rudy Lombard, and have a wonderful continuation of this conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Lombard, we will be the Marion Thompson Wright Study Club of the Price Institute will be gifting your family and the Chase family with a beautiful handmade ornament plaque from Newark's own Glassroots Studio. So that will be coming to you shortly. Before I turn the podium over, I think I really would like to thank Giles Wright and Clement Price for giving us this gift that has lasted for 43 years. But it's not a gift that keeps on giving independently. It requires a lot of work, again, on behalf of the Price Institute staff and all of the people at the university who support it, the study club, and you, our audience. Clement always used to say that Newark audiences are the best audiences. I salute you. Bring your friends next year. Let's overcome COVID once and for all. I'm delighted that our next speakers are members of the Marion Thompson Wright Study Club, and the importance of the awards they are giving in the current climate cannot be overstated. Noelle Lorraine Williams and Dr. Larry Green of the New Jersey Historical Commission.
Thank you, Mary Sue. Good afternoon, everyone. What a beautiful, amazing Saturday filled with art and scholarship, and I'm so happy to be here with Dr. Green. Greetings. My name is Noelle Lorraine Williams, and I am the director of the African American History Program at the New Jersey Historical Commission in the Department of State. I am happy to be here with our executive director, Sarah Curitan, and board member, Dr. Larry Green, and representing our board members and our staff. We are so happy to be here as both colleagues and founding co-sponsors for the 43rd installment of the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series, Beans, Greens, Tomatoes, or should I say Beans, Greens, Tomatoes, Food and Justice in the Black Diaspora. As expressed earlier, the lecture was co-founded in 1981 by Dr. Clement Price and my predecessor, the late Giles R. Wright, who served many years as the inaugural director of the Afro-American History Program at the New Jersey Historical Commission. Today, we are pleased to be here to present two awards that honor two significant leaders in the New Jersey history community. The awards will be the 2023 Giles R. Wright Designee and the Mildred Berry Garvin Prize. It is so important. One of the mandates of the Historical Commission is that we're dedicated to the public knowledge and preservation of New Jersey history. We believe by doing this, we're able to sustain a cohesive and robust democracy. So what undergirds our democracy is a knowledge of each other's history and heritage. And I'm proud to stand here today in the state of New Jersey, acknowledging that African American history is not only important, it is necessary to supporting our democracy. And many thanks to Governor Murphy for his recent support of the African American history curriculum inclusion in high schools. I'm proud to state that today. I would like to welcome Dr. Jasmine Picon to the stage, so I may bestow the Mildred Barry Garvin Prize for 2022. The Mildred Barry Garvin Prize is awarded annually to a New Jersey teacher, guidance counselor, or school librarian for their outstanding teaching of Black American history or related activity at any grade. In recognition of excellence in teaching African American history, we are proud and honored that Dr. Jasmine Picon will claim this year's award for Bard High School, Innovative Newark, which is only about 10 minutes away from here, her project examines African American history in the city of Newark through a lens of power and social change. Dr. Jasmine Picon is an assistant professor of history and a teacher of social studies at Bard High School. She is a historian of modern Latin America with a specialization in women's and gender history. Dr. Picon has received grants from the Open Society University Network, Mellon Foundation, New York University to conduct research in Colombia on oral history and political violence. This is amazing work, highlighting the voices of Afro-Colombian women as they fought for peace and community throughout the 20th century. She's been recognized by the NAACP, the New Jersey's Amistad Commission, and as recently by the Newark Board of Education for the College Teacher of the Year, Teacher of the Bard High School Early College Teacher of the Year. From our reviewers, Jasmine Izora Picon is doing amazing work to develop historically informed, civically engaged scholars and change agents, evidenced in her submission of photos, her classroom lessons, provided real-world applications where students learned about the history of their city and their community's most visible yet often unacknowledged inhabitants, Newark's Black population. The concept of intersectionality was woven throughout her course. Further, Picon's lessons nurtured students' exploration of the digital archives. Her incorporation of community leaders bolstered their learning experience. Her project exceeds academic and pedagogical standards, and her nomination does justice to a school that locates the African American historical experience within the learning culture of its students, examining that experience through multiple lenses. We award Bard High School Early College's Jasmine Izora Picon the Garvin Prize. Thank you.
Thank you. I am honored to receive this award. I wanted to thank my students who push me every day to be a better teacher. I wanted to thank my principal, Dr. Stevens, as well as all of the Bard Early College administration and the Open Society University Network for their continued support. I also wanted to thank the Newark Board of Education for their flexibility and support in allowing me to create this course called Innovative Newark. Innovative Newark is a history course that centers the rich and powerful Black and brown history of the city of Newark. As a final project, after learning about Newark's history, students come up with an original solution to an issue that they are passionate about and want to solve in Newark. Students are introduced to the importance and challenges of problem solving in local contexts and to their roles as innovative citizens in Newark. So today, I accept this award on behalf of all teachers in this great state who are in the daily grind, who are feeling pressured and at times overburdened, who are doing the impossible with what they have or were given, and are still being criticized by politicians and the media for not doing enough, or perhaps doing too much. As an educator, As an educator, I believe not only in centering Black and Brown history in the classroom, but also creating outlets for students to do something with the knowledge that they've acquired in the classroom. I started on this path of teaching and research to be the teacher that I never had growing up, one that celebrates the complexities of the Afro-Latino experience in the United States and highlights the contributions of Black and Brown Americans in the fight for liberation and equality all over the Americas. This is my history. This is the history of my students. It is worth celebrating and exploring in every course we provide. It is during contentious times that these truths need to be celebrated. They need to be explored. Our students are ready to ask the difficult questions. The real question is, are we? Thank you.
Okay. Glad to be here and to welcome you to our 43rd Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series. I'm very happy to present the Giles R. Wright Award to the Ocean County Historical Society for their making time, a time for change, civil rights in South Jersey. This was a traveling museum exhibition that covers not only the civil rights movement nationally, but also statewide and locally in South Jersey. Too often we may think of the civil rights movement as something that occurred only in the South, with the marches in Albany, Georgia, or Birmingham, Alabama, or the Freedom Rides. But there was a civil rights movement also here in New Jersey and in the American North. And so it's so important that our students understand that it wasn't only in the South, but it was right here that we confronted racism and inequality. And this traveling exhibition that went to 4 high schools in Ocean County, 4,000 students attended these schools, and obviously many of them were exposed to this traveling exhibition. This is so important because for us, and I'm finding increasingly in the classroom, to get students interested in history, you need a visual representation of what people went through, what they endured. And that is the hook by which you can then expose them to oral history narratives and written narratives of African American history. It's a beginning. And I often found in college at Seton Hall that some of my best students were the ones who came to my classroom already exposed to African American history. They were the ones who knew the questions that needed to be asked that were not asked. They were the ones that could connect the past to the present and the future. So we must honor our recipients today for their laboring in the vineyards and preparing the next generation of civil rights activists. With that in mind, I'd like to present this award to the Ocean County Historical Society and to a representative of that august organization who is laboring in the vineyards, Deborah Levinson. And who's taking, where's Sarah? Oh, we have to move out.
Okay, move out.
Okay. I think we can move forward.
Okay.
Take this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A year ago, we were sitting around the table and we had just donated 8 gigantic boxes of African American memorabilia. It was not pretty. We gave it to the Southern New Jersey, African American Southern New Jersey Historical Society. And they, in return, said, we can come to you. We can bring an exhibit to you about civil rights. We can bring it to a high school. And we did. We brought it there, and they were so excited. The students were going around, and they were so enthused about it. So we said, we can do a grant for this, bring it to more students. Excuse me. And lo and behold, last week, we had kids in 4 high schools going through. Thank you so much. It took a team. It's like a 3-legged stool. We had our funders, the New Jersey Historical Commission, for the project grant funding. Thank you. We had our team at the Ocean County Historical Society, who put together a teacher's guide so that could be used. And we did a pre and post test so we could find out, did they learn anything at all? Was it worth bringing this project there? So lo and behold, we were with Ralph Hunter. He was the founder of the African American Heritage Museum of South Jersey, and he's a fantastic guy. I shook the hand that shook the hand of Martin Luther King. So he told all the kids that they were more than welcome to come and shake his hand. And he had them laughing. You want to see 15-year-olds laugh? It was amazing that they were laughing. And they were learning. That was so important. So in the pre-test that we gave, there were 12 questions. We didn't want to make it too hard, but 12 questions. Out of those questions, 7.08 were correct. That's pretty good, I thought. When it came to the post-test, it was 11.4. So that was great. The kids learned, and that's why this money was used to bring the exhibit there. So the most frequently missed questions in the pretest: what was Freedom Summer? Nobody knew what Freedom Summer was. Oh, you mean they had to get black voters to register? They had to actually go out to people to get them to register? And oh, what about Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer? What was she doing? Why'd she lose her eye? There were 19 panels set up around gymnasiums, and the students were the docents. They were the presenters. It wasn't me. It wasn't any of the other old ladies who are at the museum. It was the students. And that's what makes the difference. So now they know what's significant about Lawnside, New Jersey. Anyone in this room besides me know what it was? Yep, I know, right? They were the first ones. Yep. Okay, yay. So they learned about Lawnside and how it's right near the 295 and the Turnpike, and how they were the first, probably 4 days after Martin Luther King was assassinated, the Board of Education adopted something to honor Dr. King. So the kids have learned, and I certainly learned, and we all say, thank you so much. And we want to bring it back to the kids again next year. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Oh, okay. Thank you. We're just going to take an image really quickly.
Okay. Stand over here? Or over here?
Over here.
Yeah, you gotta be center.
We just need the photographer to take an image really quick. Thank you. Oh, yeah, good idea. Thank you, Mary Sid. Oh, no. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Where are my papers?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello again, friends. So we have a short presentation for you. It's around 2.5 minutes, but we want to do lay eyes on Rudy Lombard and Leah Chase. And after that, you will have an introduction from our next and wonderful speaker, introduction to our next and wonderful speaker by Tobias Fox.
Hello. Well, I just want you to know that I'm a prophet and I get paid by the word, so I was instructed to keep my remarks short. So as founder of Newark Science and Sustainability, Inc., as well as the Newark Community Food System, and Action Global, which is a nonprofit we established in the Dominican Republic, I use my skills as a community organizer, urban farmer, photographer, and conference creator to advance sustainable agriculture, wellness, and community food systems locally and globally. But prior to this life, I was studying and training to become a screenwriter, filmmaker, and publisher because I wanted to tell stories of growing up in a household of 16 and being a product of poverty and neglect, where food insecurity was high on the list. Oftentimes, I would sit in the movie theater and watch the credits at the end and imagine my name on the screen. But as the saying goes, if you ever want to hear God laugh, tell her your plans. I often wondered what would have become of me if I would have stayed on this path of becoming a filmmaker. I think my bio would probably read something like this. The way we express our thoughts and ourselves to others is important for better comprehension. Conveying ideas and mental pictures to the highest degree is writer and filmmaker Lolis E. Born in New Orleans, the Los Angeles-based writer and filmmaker writes straight from his spirituality about personal feelings that he magically transforms into stories. His television credits include Bosch, The Chi, The Man in the High Castle, Greenleaf, and the HBO series Clement. Working with the award-winning director Dawn Logsdon, he co-produced and wrote the PBS documentary Faubourg Treme, the untold story of Black New Orleans. He is the co-author of Rodney Scott's World of Barbecue, Every Day's a Good Day. His essay, America's Greatest Hits, was published in the 2009 edition of the Best African American Essays. A former columnist for the Times-Picayune, he is the author of Smokestack Lightning, Adventures in the Heart of Barbecue Country, and co-producer and writer of his documentary adaptation, Smokestack Lightning, A Day in the Life of Barbecue. He is editor of Cornbread Nation 2, the best of Southern food writing. A contributing writing to the Oxford American, his work has appeared in Gourmet, The Washington Post, The New York Times, Bon Appetit, Downbeat, and the San Francisco Chronicle. Without further delay, it is with great honor that I welcome to Newark, New Jersey and the Newark Museum, Mr. Lolis E.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. When I was speaking to Lacey Hunter about what I would talk about and how I'd make this presentation, I wasn't quite certain what I would say because this is a conference about food, and much of what Rudy Lombard did was very much outside the food arena. But in looking at the work of Marion, Wright, Thompson, and Clement Price, I understand that the decision to make this 43rd lecture series about food is representative of an evolving understanding I think we have of the importance of food in other studies, studies of history, studies of social justice, studies of culture. And so much of that reflects the kind of evolution that Rudy Lombard achieved in his life. But attempting to talk about Rudy Lombard and these disparate things that he did reminds me of a quote from Ernest Hemingway. In The Sun Also Rises, he wrote, "I mistrust all frank and simple people, especially when their stories hold together." And in a whole lot of ways, Rudy Lombard's story does not hold together, but my hope is that at the end of this talk, or by the end of this talk, you'll understand the extent to which it not only holds together, but points a direction for us to move into in our own futures. Now, you've heard a lot about Rudy's life from his nephew, Damon Lombard, and some of what he said I'm going to repeat and hopefully move through the repetitions quickly. But there are also some things that I think are crucial to understand to get a sense of what he accomplished. His first ambition was to be the president of the Longshoremen's Union. And, you know, these days you hear people talking about getting a good government job. Well, for black folks back in the 1950s and 60s, wasn't no good government jobs. About the closest thing a black man could get in that time was working on the riverfront in New Orleans, because the Port of New Orleans at various points has been the busiest port in the country. And there were segregated labor unions, but the black men in the Black Longshoremen's Union had a fair amount of power. Think about the economic impact of the port. But Rudy also thought about something beyond that. These men had a pension fund, which means they controlled a certain amount of cash, and the idea was if a college-educated man, as he hoped to become, was in charge of the Longshoremen's Union, then he could direct those investments in a different kind of way that might be more beneficial, more broadly beneficial to the community than was otherwise being done by people who came to the riverfront to work in large part because they were not educated men. Now, the civil rights movement sort of interrupted that. You heard in Poppy Tooker's interview with Rudy Lombard, him talking about his mother working as a cook near the restaurant, Pascal's Manali. And Rudy would look at that restaurant being fully aware of the fact that during segregation it was not a place that black people would go. But I'm certain it had a certain resonance for him when he read about the students at North Carolina A&T, who began the sit-in demonstrations. Knowing that they were sitting in at restaurants, the kind of restaurant that he was not allowed to go to, it sparked his interest in being a part of that movement. And that's where the Lombard family story and the Eli family story intersect. Roughly 1960, my father was a newly minted lawyer and a newly minted father of my sister. And Rudy talks about seeing my father on Dryde Street, which was in a sense the main street of Black New Orleans at that point, looking very prosperous and looking as if he was every inch the lawyer that he tried to convince people he was. And at that point, my father could probably not even spell law very well, having only recently graduated and having been somewhat barred from broader legal studies by the kind of constraints placed on black lawyers at that time. Nonetheless, Rudy Lombard went to him and said, "We're going to start these sit-in demonstrations. Will you be our lawyer?" And there's an aspect of this story that doesn't quite hold together, because my father had started the NAACP chapter at Dillard University when he was there. But he also says, when Rudy came to him to ask him that question, his first response was, "I'm not going to do it. I shouldn't be the one to do that." And he said, "But I tell you what, I will help you find a lawyer." And Rudy says, "Okay, But if you can't find us a lawyer, will you be our lawyer? Well, my father did indeed find him Jack Nelson, who argued the case Lombard versus Louisiana in 1963, which was the case that overturned segregation and public accommodations in Louisiana. But he also became Rudy Lombard's lawyer and the lawyer for CORE in Louisiana at that point and throughout the 1960s. Now, as the civil rights movement was waning, Rudy got a scholarship to study at Syracuse University. He chose to go there in part because somehow, without looking at a map obviously, he thought it'd be a lot easier to get from Syracuse to the jazz scene in New York than it would be to get from Harvard to the jazz scene in New York, the other place that offered him a scholarship. And it's a trip because he talks about some of his disappointments going to Syracuse initially, trying to get settled. And he noticed something, and this will probably come as a shock to those of you from Newark, but there was even housing discrimination in the North. So here it is, he's going around trying to get a house in Syracuse, and all of a sudden nobody has any vacancies, despite what the sign of the newspaper ad might have said, and began to say to himself, this looks very familiar. Now, he made friends with a man named Billy Hunter, who at that point was a star receiver for the Syracuse football team, and it's, you know how that goes. Well, we don't have no housing for black folks unless you're a star athlete. So he and Billy Hunter began attempting to fight housing discrimination in Syracuse, New York. And upon his graduation and return to New Orleans, he had this urban planning degree. What he realized was that the highway that had been constructed, Interstate 10, the main highway linking actually New Orleans all the way to California, had destroyed a lot of the black cultural fabric. Carnival Day in New Orleans, in downtown New Orleans, meant going to North Claiborne Avenue or to Orleans and Claiborne. But all of a sudden now, people are having to do this under the noise and the concrete of an interstate. So Rudy created the Claiborne Avenue design team. The idea was to figure out a way to mitigate the damage that has been done by this highway. He also co-founded an organization called Tambourine and Fan. And in part of the video that you saw black men dressed as Indians. And that's a long-standing tradition, more than a century old in New Orleans. And this notion of the black carnival tradition was something crucial, and Rudy felt that that needed to be preserved in an organized way. New Orleans, one of the things that most amazes me about New Orleans is, despite being inundated by American culture, in many ways New Orleans managed to maintain its own culture. And to some extent that happens organically, but Rudy understood the extent to which it could not be assumed to be able to reproduce itself organically. And so he founded Tambourine and Fan. And as I imagine his thinking at that point, you heard the quote in the video where he said, all the distinctive aspects of New Orleans can be traced to the African presence. Well, he's working with the Mardi Gras Indian tradition and Tambourine and Fan and saying that carnival in New Orleans would not be carnival in New Orleans were it not for the black music, what is the soundtrack of carnival, the black costuming that is the look of carnival, and the black dance that is at the heart of carnival. Working with the Claiborne Avenue design team, looking at the impact of this highway on this community, he had to understand the extent to which African Americans had been crucial in the construction of New Orleans and its very individual architectural styles. There's been a lot of study about that, particularly in shotgun houses and the connections between places like Houston and the Caribbean and so forth. There's also a book, Negro Iron Workers of New Orleans, that, what's his name, George Cable did. But Rudy made a very provocative statement that he himself at that point could not back up. This notion that everything distinctive about New Orleans culture could be traced to the African presence, because certainly nothing is more distinct in New Orleans culture than the food. So he set about attempting to prove his point, and in that way, set about trying to write Creole Feast. Now, he did that at a point that was the perfect point, because at that time, all of the cooks and many of the executive chefs at the best kitchens in New Orleans were African American. Since then, sort of two distinct groups of people have come to the city. They're the immigrants largely from the South who have taken many of the lower wage jobs. And then they're the immigrants from all over the country who go to the fancy culinary schools, who come to New Orleans as sort of their finishing school on their way to careers in culinary arts. But at that point, all of these jobs were basically taken over by black men. It's important to understand that in the context of New Orleans, because for more than 2 centuries, people have said that the food in New Orleans is the singular great achievement of American culinary accomplishment. No offense to anybody else from any other part of the country, but New Orleans has our own national dishes that I've not seen replicated in terms of an identity in other parts of the country. And also New Orleans has a long-standing tradition of people saying, I'm going there to eat, long before this idea of culinary tourism began to take hold. The thesis that black people were at the base of this is not only radical and provocative, but also, I believe, foundational to our understanding of race relations, not only in this country, but indeed in this world. The assumption that Africans came to the United States as basically beasts without skills, without any knowledge, is really what you get in most of the discussions of the African presence in the United States. You know, people try to be liberal, and they don't want to say that the Africans were stupid, but they can't think of any actual skills that the Africans brought. They assume that the Africans were taught everything that they needed to know. So I was heartened today when Dr. Fields, Edda Fields, I'm trying to think for less, Black, when she was talking about the rice growing tradition and the notion that Africans were brought from the rice coast of Guinea and Senegambia to the United States to create what was at that point the most valuable agricultural industry in the country. That is a microcosm of this notion of African American ingenuity being not only central to the economics of this country, but also central to the intellectual capital of this country. It is the common assumption that what makes New Orleans food distinct is its French background, or the fact that Louisiana was a French colony for much of our history. And the notion is that bouillabaisse is the basis for the signature dish of New Orleans, gumbo. That makes no sense. And I could go through chapter and verses I have in a couple of essays that I've written, but what you find is okra soups, which is the basis of gumbo. You find them all over West Africa, from Senegambia all the way down to Nigeria and Ghana and all those other countries. And again, you find that and everywhere else in the New World that Africans have settled. You look at the comparison between jollof rice and jambalaya as another example. And you begin to see that New Orleans food and its distinct nature comes from the African presence, much as Rudy was saying at that point. If New Orleans food is the singular greatest culinary achievement in America, and Africans are largely, if not primarily, responsible for this great culinary achievement, what does that do to the black image and the white mind in terms of the accomplishments of these people? What does that do to the black image and the black mind? And what does that do to the white image and the black mind as well? All of this is at work implicitly in what Rudy did. The other thing about that book that's so moving to me is that you get the impression that no one had ever asked these chefs what they did and how they did it. We all eat 3 meals a day, and the notion often is that cooking is so automatic that we don't have to talk about the artistry of it. In fact, one of the things that Rudy says in the book is that when people attempt to define Creole cuisine, they credit every European who's ever been to New Orleans, including one of my favorite quotes about New Orleans owing its culinary achievement to the hot breads of New England. That brilliant observation was made by a woman named Dorothy Dix. But what you find, though, is that every time they mention black folks, They talk about it as, in essence, the natural rhythm of cooking. The notion that black people are just naturally talented. Now, these French people, they had to study. And the Spanish and the Italian, they had to study. But the black folks, they just had this natural rhythm. They stir a pot and it comes out good. In Creole Feast, Rudy destroyed that notion. And you heard Leah Chase refer to Joe Randall, the chef who's in Savannah now. And Joe Randall tells a story about seeing Creole Feast in the bookshop, immediately deciding to buy it because he had never seen a black chef on the cover of a book looking like a professional, as opposed to the sort of Aunt Jemima or Remus pictures of black folks on oatmeal and pancake boxes. The Creole Feast gave birth to a couple of food festivals at which you would go to various chefs in a large convention center room and taste their food. And those were not successful, and Rudy ended up leaving New Orleans and going to Oakland, California. And in Oakland, he did something that I had not realized until talking to a few friends of his that was a long-held dream of his, to open a restaurant. And having been a PhD in urban studies, he opened in downtown Oakland at a time when downtown America was largely dead. It was a beautiful space, had a wonderful fountain. The main problem, well, there are two main problems. One, he was undercapitalized, and two, he was in downtown Oakland at a time when downtown America was largely dead. So that venture also closed, and Rudy found himself moving back to New Orleans. At the time when he moved back, Dutch Morial was mayor of New Orleans. He was the first black mayor of New Orleans, and he served 2 terms. And it's difficult to run for higher office after being mayor of the majority black major city in any state, because you're not apt to win anything statewide in a place where you're only 1/3 of the state population. There ain't a whole lot of place to go for higher office. So Dutch Morial decided that he wanted to change the charter in the city to allow himself to run for 3 terms, which was something that Rudy Lombard found somewhat offensive. And it's interesting in that here it is, a veteran of the civil rights movement is saying, I am going to throw my hat in the ring to run against another veteran of the civil rights movement because I don't believe in this dynasty where somebody's supposed to be mayor forever. Now, Rudy lost that race, but in the course of researching what his campaign would be about, he discovered a couple of things. One was that most cities did not manage their cash very well. So, you know, if you are the tax collector in the city, you got to have some money that you're investing long term to build this road or to do these other buildings that might take years to complete. But you also need to have a certain amount of cash because you got to make payroll that week and pay the electric bill that week. And what Rudy said is that they would have the cash kind of laying around and they'd have the other stuff well invested. And he created Quantum, an investment firm that sought to specialize in investing cash in that way. The notion being that we have all of these mayors around the country, all these black mayors. And as you probably know, it's difficult for black firms to get business from white governments or white corporations. But with these black mayors, it would be possible to make this work. The other thing he realized, and it's something that Damon alluded to in the talk, was that black folks comprised the majority of New Orleans citizens, but the vast majority of black people were renters and did not own property. It's interesting to think about that because if you've been paying your rent more or less on time, 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you probably have the kind of credit that would make you worthy to buy a home. Maybe you never thought of it because nobody in your family has ever bought a home. Maybe you never thought of it because, you know, let's be honest, there's a time when you was late with paying a credit card bill and the time you had your light shut off, and you think that these impediments would keep you from qualifying for home ownership. So Rudy created the Neighborhood Development Foundation, and what they do is you come in there as someone who may be low income and may not think that you have the credit to buy a house, and they run your credit. And they say, yeah, well, you do have these couple of things, but this is what we can do to correct that. And these are some lenders we've worked with to help you actually get this loan. And these are some programs we've found that might actually help you to buy a home, even if your income is not such that it's obvious that you would qualify for home ownership. Now, Rudy Lombard had 2 very good friends who were dermatologists, the late Fletcher Robinson and James Hobbs. And in talking to them, he realized that much of what dermatologists do is prescribe shampoo to deal with issues that people have with their scalp. And so they came up with this idea that they, as 3 black men, would create a shampoo that would address many of the needs that they were finding their patients needed to have fixed. At that point, it was not viewed as a conflict of interest or anything illegal for a physician to prescribe to you a product that they created. So they created SIG shampoo, S-I-G, the notion being that they would prescribe this, and perhaps more importantly, they would speak to their other black dermatologist friends about prescribing this. Now, additionally, Rudy Lombard at this point reconnected with Billy Hunter, who I mentioned earlier in talking about Syracuse. And Billy Hunter at that point was the president of the NBA Players Association. You've all heard horror stories about athletes who get these big contracts and have a lot of money on one day, but then get hurt or retire or whatever, and suddenly they find themselves broke, and you begin to ask yourself, how the hell can you go from making $1 million a year to being broke? So going back to this notion of what Rudy learned about cash management, he was attempting to work with Billy Hunter to figure out how to maximize the chance that the NBA players would learn about investing in such a way as to minimize the possibility of them ending up broke at the end of their careers. And speaking of the end of careers, part of what happened to Rudy was he was diagnosed with prostate cancer. And being very much a student throughout his life, he began to study cancer and cancer treatments, and he went to Germany for, at that time, novel treatment, which involved heating up the cancer cells as a means of trying to kill them off. He was in remission for several years, but he used that experience to found the programs that his nephew Damon alluded to earlier, attempting to educate black men in particular about the dangers of cancer and about the possibilities of minimizing the chances of either getting cancer or maximizing the chances of surviving cancer. Unfortunately, despite the fact that he had been in remission for several years, the cancer came back, and Rudy ultimately died from cancer in 2014. And in thinking about how to make sense of all these different things that Rudy did, some themes jump out at me, and I think these are things that can be instructive to us in terms of charting a future course. In putting together Creole Feast, what Rudy realized, we got all these black chefs here, all these folks who are being celebrated in one context, but are not able to reap the benefits of that celebration. So he would take these chefs around the country and do these demonstrations in other places so that they could be seen and be lauded in ways that at that time were novel for chefs. Recently, Joe Biden has put together in his infrastructure program programs to help mitigate the impact of things like I-10 in New Orleans and all these other highways that were put through the hearts of black communities around the country. Well, Rudy was prophetic in his understanding that these highways needed to be deconstructed, the impact of them needed to be minimized. And in terms of the NBA, it's interesting to me to look at the number of NBA players who are investing in things that are not what you might have thought an NBA player would be investing in. Music companies and TV shows and TV studios and books and those sorts of things, which to me parallel exactly what Rudy was saying about what could be done to diversify this income. And you know, I really wish I could report to you that all these things are smashing successes and that, that Rudy's example is a demonstration of how if you just dream big, you can make all these things happen. The truth is, most of them, to varying extents, did not do so well. All of them were based on the idea of taking the resources within the black community and using them to the benefit of the black community. Despite having grown up in the civil rights movement or coming of age in the civil rights movement, Rudy was distrustful of the major civil rights organizations. He didn't particularly like the idea of going to white corporations and white philanthropists and begging for them to give you money to help black folks. It seemed to be something of an incongruous ask. But despite the fact that he's attempting to use the resources of the black community for the benefit of the black community, often he did not get the support of these people. And it's something I quote from Rudy all the time in my myriad frustrations with people of my ilk. Rudy used to say, well, you know, colored people crazy. And I will leave you with those two things. This notion that we must attempt to use whatever resources we have at hand to make life better for us and our people in the broad terms. And often when people don't come along with us to this vision that we have, just realize that most people crazy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha Dyer, and I'm Executive Director at Greater Newark Conservancy, where we work at the intersections of racial justice, environmental justice, and food justice to improve the health and well-being of Newark residents and beyond through access, advocacy, and education. At the Conservancy, we also steward over 3.5 acres of green space here in the city of Newark, including the largest urban farm in the state of New Jersey. And that is Hawthorne Avenue Farm, located in the Clinton Hill neighborhood in Newark's South Ward. And that farm is not too far from the first place that I tasted the crispy sweetness of green beans fresh from the garden, and a richness of family recipes and history passed down through generations. And that place was my grandparents' house. See, I'm also the great-granddaughter of Corrine Baker, who grew up in Milledgeville, Georgia, on a farm, where her lineage can be traced back to a German overseer and a West African slave. I'm also the granddaughter of Barbara Lancaster, who, along with her husband, William, always maintained a garden in their backyard, a home that was located on Grumman Avenue, also in Newark's South Ward. See, for my grandparents, eating farm to table was a tradition because their folks grew up on farms eating fried green tomatoes plucked fresh from the vine and chicken fresh from the coop. Their folks and our ancestors grew up eating farm to table because it was a necessity that later became tradition. When I was 19 years old, I remember telling my grandparents that I decided to become a vegetarian. Yes, and that I no longer ate certain foods, and no, Grandma, not even chicken. And at that age, I couldn't understand the deep disappointment about the foods that I chose to no longer eat. But today, at the age of 41, I understand that it wasn't about the food at all. It was about my willful separation from family tradition and family history. For them, I was discounting and turning my back on my family's foodways that are explored extensively in the body of work of our next guest. Dr. Psyche Williams-Forson is a preeminent scholar of African American life and culture and highly regarded speaker on topics ranging from African American foodways to the importance of food in the workplace and the importance of Juneteenth beyond food. My family's foodways are deeply connected to her book entitled Building Houses Out of Chicken Legs: Black Women, Food, and Power. A mother, curator, professor, keynote, and cultural historian, Dr. Williams-Forson coined the phrase Black Women, Food, and Power. Her current research project explores class, consumption, and citizenship by looking at African American domestic interiors from the 19th through 20th centuries. Dr. Williams-Forson is also a professor and department chair in the Department of American Studies at the University of Maryland, College Park, where she also earned a master's degree and PhD in American Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Psyche Williams-Forson.
Hey, good afternoon. It's late in the day, and I'm not going to hold y'all because I just found out my limo's coming shortly, so I got to get out of here. But anyhow, before I do, yeah, I got to get back on the road, get back to my child, who's 19, by the way, but still she's my child. But before I do that, I want to just sort of bring together what we've heard today, and Lolis set me up very well with his comments. I'm going to try. Are my slides ready? I don't know who I'm talking. Are slides ready? Should I just click this? Come on now, we're on the clock. Okay, there we go. So we've heard so much today, and I'm full, and I hope you all are too. But also, it's the end of the day. And I come from Black Baptist and Kojic tradition, which when the pastor says, "Can I get an amen?" the audience says, amen. When the pastor says, "Can I get an amen?" the audience says, amen. There we go. So when I ask you, we're going to do a little call and response to, in these next couple of moments. So here's the thing. I've been sitting here trying to figure out, as Jessica said, how do I start this, right? Because we're writing stuff up until the moment. You all asking for slides a month in advance, and I'm like, Lord have mercy. So I can't quite tell you what you're getting ready to see because I've kind of changed this several times. I'm not even sure which one of these clickers. Okay, see, look at that. Okay, so this is my latest book. Unfortunately, my press made an error with the bookstore, so it's not there, but if you're able to purchase it, do so with an independent or a Black-owned bookstore, woman-owned bookstore, and okay, if you have to, you can do Amazon, but I hope that it might be useful. I'm going to cover some of this in the next couple of moments. But Eating While Black looks at how Black people's food cultures are shamed and surveilled, even in very innocent situations. So I start the book with this scenario that happened in D.C. where a Metro worker was eating on the train, and someone took a picture of her and posted it on Twitter, and really shamed her and said, WMATA, or Washington Metro, I thought we weren't supposed to eat on the train, and this is unacceptable. And she said, I hope they respond. And when she asked the employee about this, the employee's response was, worry about yourself, okay? And so I kind of want to leave us today with some thoughts about worrying about yourself. You heard from Dr. Edda Black and others, Dr. Harris and so forth, the rich, amazing legacy of Black food history. Each of us here has a food story. Yes? All right. Here's what I need for Black folks to do, and white folks, and anyone else in this audience who's not of Black and white persuasion. I need you to change the food stories about Black people. I need us to stop thinking that Black folks only made do, because we didn't. Not only did we survive, we were resilient, we were innovative, we were creative. We did more than make do, we created. We were, along with Native people, some of the original creators of cuisine in this country. We didn't make do, we made, okay? So when you leave here today, thank you. When you leave here today, I want you to tell food stories, but I want you to tell the food stories about Black people accurately, all right? I want you to think about the fact that this kind of thing that happened last week, where we're still relying upon stereotypes of Black people and chicken and watermelon, has got to change. That's part of our legacy and our history, but that's not all that there is, right? So let me see if this thing's going. Okay, so it's okay if these skip. This is part of our legacy and our history. These images, which you will find in building houses out of chicken legs, where I talk about the ways in which Black people did amazing things with chicken, right? We do still have these kinds of restaurants that suggest to us that we are simply mammies and that our food is scraps, right? You even saw this after after President Obama won the first time his office. So we're still being stereotyped, and that's a narrative that has to change. Here's the thing, as novelist Chimamanda Adichie says, the single story, which is what we're dealing with, creates stereotypes, and the problem is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story, and we are bigger than a single story. We did have gardens. Some of us did have gardens, depending upon the plantation system that you were found yourself in. We did have, let me see here. We fished, we hunted. We heard earlier today from Professor Chen about 18-inch oysters. Some of us even, for example, here in Newark and in other areas of New Jersey, you had folks fishing for shad and other kinds of fish throughout the rivers that they were surrounded with. So here's part of what I want to share. Okay, you see this image? This is from Mount Vernon in Alexandria, Virginia. And when I walked around the grounds, I was struck by not only the haunting of Black people's spirits that I could feel, I was overcome by the fact that they could see freedom, but they couldn't get to freedom, right? Because they were both bound by the river, which brought them, and bound from leaving. But what I also saw was their ability to fish to feed their families, not just for the plantation owners, but for themselves. That's the story that we need to start telling. We need to talk about how we grew gourds and how we grew other things, how we buried things underground because we knew we were going to lead them in a different season, as Michael Twitty talks about in his work. We also need to tell a different narrative because you had 12 million, as you saw from Dr. Harris's slide this morning, 12 million Black folks came to this country and to other parts of the world. Some of us were Muslim. So we weren't eating pork, right? We were maintaining our religious traditions. So we were doing different kinds of things to help make us whole, despite the fact that people were trying to break us. So I want to go back for just 1 minute to this slide, because one of the things that we have always and often had to fight against is something that a pastor who I listen to often, Pastor Howard John Wesley, talks about. Right? Over COVID, I was listening to one of his sermons, and he was talking about this concept of sacralization, which comes from another scholar, Kane Hope Felder. And what he was saying was, sacralization was something that was used to make us feel ashamed, right? Because sacralization comes about with the story of Ham, in the telling of the story of Noah, right? You know, Noah in the ark, in Genesis 9. At the end of that narrative, Noah actually was a lover of wine, right? He had planted several vineyards. Noah got drunk, went to sleep. One of his sons, Ham, saw him, right? Ham then told his brothers, and they went and they covered him by walking backward to cover his nakedness. Okay, so then what we end up being told is when Noah awakes from his sleep and he learns what has happened, he's furious and condemns the behavior of his youngest son, ultimately saying, "Cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves will be to his brothers." That's in Genesis 9. Okay, here's the thing. That was not from God. In fact, God doesn't appear in Genesis 9. That was Noah cursing his son. He said, "Cursed be Canaan." He was cursing his grandson. He never cursed Ham. Why am I telling you this? Because during enslavement, Black folks were led to believe we were the cursed children of Ham, and that has followed us over time. And so you walk away believing that you somehow are of a cursed people. You are, you have mental health issues because you're a cursed people. You're dealing with poverty because you're cursed, right? And so what Pastor Wesley says is that's called sacralization. And here's what he says on the slide if you haven't already read it. So with sacralization, you can kill 1 million Jews in the Holocaust and say it's the will of God because the Jews killed Jesus. Through sacralization, you can convince yourself that it's all right to eradicate Native Americans and their tribes and put them in reservations while you steal their land and call it manifest destiny because you liken yourself to Israel and America is your promised land. Through sacralization, You can oppress LGBTQIA plus people because you got a distorted understanding of the word abomination. And through sacralization, you can endorse the enslavement, the torture, the lynching, and killing of African people and support the apartheid system because you believe in the curse of Ham. But there was no curse of Ham. We have to change the narrative, people. Yeah, I paused for the applause, but I also paused to catch my place here, so thank you all. Here's what I want to share with you, that in Eating While Black, part of what I argue is that this agenda to give Black people one story and to maintain that story is part of an anti-Black racist agenda. It's part of a racial project. And we need to be aware of that, because here's the thing. We say all the time, food is killing us, food is not killing Black people. I'm gonna say it again. Food is not killing Black people. Systemic racism is killing Black people. Food becomes a conduit for that. So be aware of the narratives that are being told to you, and that you are perpetuating those things, because as long as you can keep your focus on the food, you can forget about what the mayor was sharing with us today about redlining. You can forget about the fact that people don't have houses. They've been renting for 30 years. People don't have land. People don't have, grocery stores are not a panacea, but in this day and age, sometimes you don't even have a place to get food. You forget about those kinds of things, and it allows you to discount what Black people do have access to. We have access to our families, we have access to bodegas, we have access to our own will, we have access to a lot of things that go unknown, unmentioned, forgotten about, similar to what Dr. Fields Black was talking about. Why? Because people want the narrative the way they want it to be, and as long as you adhere to that narrative, you will always be in a space of lack and always be perceived as people of poverty. And thank you. Instead, I want us to consider this narrative. Here's one woman, and Black folks have been doing this since we've been on these shores, who was vending chicken, right, at the train station in Richmond. You see how her head is held high and her platter is erect, partly because the platter was probably heavy, but also because she was proud of the work she was doing. Then there are these women in Gordonsville, Virginia, who are considered the first Black entrepreneurs in that area because they had a full enterprise of chicken selling and vending. And they didn't just sell chicken, they sold rolls and eggs and coffee and cakes and pies. And they made a living, and they built their houses out of chicken legs, right? That's what they told me. One of the women, Miss Isabella Winston, who said, I'm a third-generation waiter carrier, my mother before her and her mother before her. She said, my mother built our house out of chicken legs. And when that one burnt down, she built it again. So Black folks have been building houses out of chicken legs since time immemorial. We've been putting our children through school. We've been burning mortgages. We've been having church fairs. We've been doing a lot of things with food. So don't let them tell you that we make do. Black folk make. It's one of my favorite images. I don't know this woman's name. There's no information that I can find about her, but she shows you who she is through how she stands, through how she looks, through what she's doing, the work that she's doing there, carrying, vending, selling. Even in War and Peace, when we weren't allowed to fight, we cooked. That was our contribution. During times of, as we've heard today, the civil rights movement, during the bus boycott, we did our part. We walked rather than ride. We were not going to be moved, nor were we going to be compromised. We did this even through household aid training classes. We did it in the Ebony Test Kitchen, which hopefully will be coming to the National Museum of African American History and Culture. We have done the work in this country to build the culinary identities that we tend to say are American food. And they are. And Black folks have their hands stamped all over it. And then they tell us we're obese, but they don't look at our trauma. And there's a whole story I do on this young lady right here who was 12 at the time that this story was told in the Washington Post. And the story made it out to be that she lacked the willpower to lose weight. But what they didn't say is quite possibly she was a child in foster care. But you have to read carefully, and you have to look at the story, and you have to listen to the hidden things that are not said in order to understand some of the traumas of Black life. So they teased her for eating so much food, but let's be clear, she doesn't have to give up the corn pudding. Somebody else has to tell the story about her life. We also need to stop relying upon the narrative that Black people's bodies are unhealthy just because they're full, right? As it says here, the BMI is a flawed health standard, especially for people of color. We don't need to be ashamed of our curves. We need to exercise, we need to be healthy and whole, but we don't need to be ashamed of our food or how we look or our hair or the way we talk or the way we walk or the music we listen to or whatever we do, because we are and we have made, and we cannot continue to allow people to tell us that we are less than or that we are cursed. Too much of anything can cause a heart attack, quite frankly. So, you know, it's not just Southern food. This is one of those things I like to share and put up. Black folks do work out. We do. We have exercise. Black women do. Our hair gets in the way, and we figure out a way to move our hair so that we can move our bodies. Okay, so yeah, I threw myself in there. So I'm going to stop right here, and I'm going to leave you with 4 things that I talk about in Eating While Black. 1, food disrupts all the neatness of our lives. There are no easy answers, and it can be frustrating to know, but this is all true. This is the beauty of being human. We cannot fit neatly into boxes, no matter how convenient it might be for others to think we belong there. 2, if you're not willing to do any of the hard work that is necessary to know more about the communities you intend to write about, speak about, grow with, instruct, heal, and help, then what exactly are you doing? Don't assume you know about Black life just because you're Black, but especially if you were not born in the US, and especially if you are not Black. 3, if we are not in the business of calling out our colleagues, friends, and coworkers when we see them attempting to eliminate histories of communities because they do not fit the right narrative, then what exactly are we doing? This is a practice of anti-racial Blackness, and if you're going to be an ally or an advocate of Black people, then call it what it is, racism. Don't just come to us for the celebration, also be there for the criticism. As my colleague Scott Marlowe says, when we fail to acknowledge or take into consideration the myriad meanings that food occupies in people's lives, we can easily slide over into judgment of their habits and behaviors rather than in working to empower them to do what is best for themselves. From this standpoint, it is imperative that we begin seeing Black people not just as making do, but as always, already living with and resisting trauma, with full bodies that may move in ways very different throughout the world. Begin valuing Black people, not seeing us as unruly, always in need of taming and controlling, which is an ideology not far removed from the master-slave mentality. But we are people who are fully capable, like anyone else, of contributing to all aspects of society, from the kitchens to the boardrooms. We need to change the perception that fuels beliefs that wholeness and health are not in the interest of Black communities. This is misguided, and it propels you in no small part to surveil and to try and control. Black folk don't need you to control them. Consider instead that when our bodies are saddled with extra fat and or dis-ease, it may well be that we are exacerbated by the vicissitudes of life and the myriad systemic inequalities that we deal with from minute to minute, day to day, whether I'm at work or I'm in my bedroom playing a video game. It is not our kitchens that are unhealthy so much as it is our souls are weary and tired. We're tired of having to tell people the same thing. And when we present ourselves as food professionals, know that we are most likely capable of creating more than what you see as soul food, traditional or modern. Though we have shared histories, we are not monolithic, nor are Black people one-dimensional. We are a community of people filled with as many densities as anyone else. And when you are inclined to worry about us in the workplace, at school, in our houses of worship, or anywhere else, ask us first what we want, what we know, who we are. Otherwise, you should worry about yourself. Thank you.
Hello, is this on? Okay, this is on. Okay. I wanted to introduce and welcome our beloved, relatively new dean of the School of Arts and what does that last letter stand for? SM? Sciences. Okay, great. Okay, sorry. It's the end of the day. What can I say? But Dean Jacqueline Mattis, who is, I've had the great privilege of meeting with her a number of times, many of them online, but increasingly in person. And every time she plays a role in one of our gatherings, it just warms my heart because she just has so much deep insight, and she comes from a family of much deep insight. So we wanted to ask Jackie to maybe just offer some thoughts about the day. I mean, it's been a long day, and I'm so happy that all of you are still with us. And there's so many insights that we can begin to glean from the course of so many amazing speakers and from the food itself. And again, we want to hear your stories. But Jackie, if you wouldn't mind, you know, how has this day been for you? And thank you for sticking around all day. Yeah. So.
Hopefully the mic is working. So first I'm going to start with a thank you to the organizers of the conference, Jack, the entire Price Center. And I'm going to articulate a word of thanks to Carlos. Can I ask you to stand? Can I just ask you to stand? And Claudia, can I ask you to come forward? And this is, so I'm asking this in the spirit of this wrap up, in part because when I came in this morning, I came in incredible physical pain. And one of the things that the stories that we've heard today about food and about the ways that food manifests, not only in Black communities, but in many communities, including communities of color, is it manifests in compassion, care, and love. And as walking in, and I don't know if Christina is here too, because I don't want to leave her out of this. Christina Strasburger, I walked into her arms, not knowing that, you know, she didn't know that I was in pain, but she sensed something. And then I look around and Claudia reaches her hand out to me, and the first thing she offers me is water. And from Claudia linked me to Carlos, who then helped me through a process of getting to a point where I could actually speak and stop crying. So I want to use this as an opportunity certainly to say thank you to you for your love, thank you for your care, and thank you for representing in human form all the things that we've talked about today in terms of what it means to be fed and what it means to feed. So just thank you. I'm really deeply grateful. I'm deeply, deeply grateful. So to Jack's point, I mean, this I think experience of walking, this is so much what Rutgers Newark is, right? It's so much feeding and being fed, walking into strangers' arms who will sort of help you through certain moments. But I was thinking a lot as I was listening about some of the stories that I grew up with around food that represent so many of the themes today. So the theme of healing, and so I was, one of the things that Carlos reminded me of was my grandmother and my mother. So one of the pieces of advice he gave me was, when you get home today, I need you to get fresh ginger, and I need you to boil it for about 10, 15 minutes. Put a little honey in it, and I need you to drink that. And Claudia added in, drink it as your water, right? And I lean into that in part because I think about the fact that one of the themes that emerged for me today was the theme of generational memories that we lose sight of because the, capitalistic structure that we're in tells us that ibuprofen is what we need. When we have these generational knowledges and geniuses about what I remembered from being in Senegal a number of years ago, which is someone saying, we're born into the time and place that has everything we need to give us life. And the truth of that is ginger saves you, right? And it doesn't have side effects. And so one of the main themes that I come away with today is this theme of leaning into generational memories and being able to recognize the healing power of that.
And just because we may or may not have a PhD or an MA
oh my God.
or MSW,
right.
It doesn't necessarily help us figure out what to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. I have to say that one of the other things two other quick things that this day has reminded me of, I don't do potlucks. This seems like a random thing to say. But I remember this day has reminded me of all these memories of things that my mother and grandmother used to say. So we weren't allowed to eat in people's houses, right? So my mother would say before we left our house, don't ask for anything. Don't ask these people for food. And it might even be our family. She was like, don't ask nobody for food. We didn't do Halloween because she was like, you're not going to beg for candy. If you want candy, I will buy it. If I can't afford it, you just ain't going to have it, right? So, but I don't do potlucks even to this day. And I don't do it in part because I have this memory of my mother saying, I don't know how these people clean. I don't know how they cook. They don't love you the way that I love you, and you don't get fed by people who you don't know if they love you or not. So as we hear these stories about the ways in which people cook, and Dr. Harris, so many people who talked today talked about cooking with love. And that was one of the essential things that was a foundational theme from my mother. Don't eat from people who don't love you. Right? And I think about that certainly in the literal sense of you don't eat from people who don't love you. But if I don't know how you clean, if I've not been to your house, no disrespect, I'm not going to eat your food. So the terrors of potlucks still sort of live with me. And in these kinds of academic settings, people have potlucks all the time. And I have to explain to people, I never tell them that I'm not going to, I don't know how you cook, or like I don't eat how you eat, but I always say I have eaten already, even if I haven't. But it sort of reminds me of the terror of that. But I'll add one more thing. Today reminded me of the ways in which food is about virtue and genius. One of the stories I remember my mom telling me and my grandmother telling me when I was growing up was about the origins of jerk chicken. We're Jamaican. And, you go to places and you get jerk chicken and it's like $400, $500 a chicken, right? Piece of chicken. But the origins, from what I understand, was that enslaved people in Jamaica would, thinking about the people who were coming behind them who were going to be running away from plantations, they thought about what these people were going to eat when they were running. And so they would take chicken or any meat, they would pepper it because dogs don't like pepper. Right? So they wouldn't eat it, and they didn't like the smell of it, so they would stay far away from anything that was highly peppered and highly seasoned with, I don't know the word for the, allspice? What do they call allspice? Allspice? All right. In Jamaica, it's called pimento. So it was heavily seasoned with pimento and pepper, among other things. But you would put meat in banana leaves, you would bury it in the ground on hot stones and you would cover it. And you did that in specific places where people would know food is waiting for you there, people who didn't know you, right? And you didn't know. So jerk chicken has a history, as far as I understand it, in enslavement, but more importantly has a history in prophetic compassion. And so many of the stories that we heard today were about that kind of genius of imagination, the genius of learning to cook in a way that could allow you to care for generations you would never see, and the genius and virtue of being able to love people into their own sustenance at exactly the time when they would need it.
So Jackie, I mean, yeah, beautiful. So we haven't planned any of this discussion, but in our past meeting, we were talking about the concern about the enrollment gap, the enrollment cliff, as it's called. And also, I know that you have some visions of where you'd like to go. But it's also tricky at a time in which the budget is dictating so much, right? So I'd really appreciate hearing a little bit about what you're imagining, because part of what we need to do, especially here in Newark, is to have people understand there's something special going on in this place. And there's something that you can't get in many other campuses. It doesn't matter how much tuition you pay or how much scholarship you pay, but there's some combination of people and ideas and things that are going on in the city and the community groups that are happening, right? There's something special going on here that you can't, no matter how much tuition you're paying, you can't get just anywhere, right? So I'm wondering if you could just maybe communicate, because you're in a position where you see this. At the same time, you're kind of limited by the way tax dollars, less and less tax dollars, are going towards the state universities, and a disinvestment of that kind of commons and the public education. So if you wouldn't mind, talking a little bit about that, that would be helpful, because it connects with all the things that we're talking about.
It's true. So just as a way of sort of thinking about this, and Jack and I have talked about, I've been having conversations with people over the last 2 years that I've been here about what I call Vision 2050, which is a vision for what undergraduate education could look like that is rooted completely in the vision of this woman here, right, Nancy Cantor, who I adore, I truly adore, and this woman here, Sherry Ann Butterfield, and the team that they've built around them. So it is true that Rutgers Newark is a very different kind of university, and it's deliberately so. It's a university built in the sensibility of social justice being not only our responsibility, but our calling. And the idea that an education, both an undergraduate and graduate education, can be and should be responsive to and responsible for the space that we live in and the lives that we're all living, right? So hold that constant. So part of this vision, which is, again, is rooted in what I'm walking into, is a sensibility that we have the opportunity, we have thousands of young people who are coming to us for 4, 5, 6 years. And we have the opportunity to mobilize the genius of those young people to solve real social problems. This is not new. I'm walking into this, right? So part of the goal is to think about how do we shift the everyday work of classes, of the way that we think about the life of the mind, the work that we give our students to do, so that they really are engaged in meaningful ways in solving real problems. And money is an issue, right? But one of the wonderful things about growing up upper broke is money doesn't scare, like the loss of money doesn't scare me, and it doesn't scare our leadership, right? All of us grew up in working class or upper broke families where you couldn't count on money in the first place. So the fact that we are, that any institution is in debt or struggling in a variety of ways simply means that you get to turn the cast-offs into soul food, but you do it in the intellectual environment. So we get to take the realities of limited resources and turn it into opportunities to see the genius of young people who are already coming to us as genius. And all we've got to do is create the context for them to level that up and bring it out into communities and bring communities and their genius into our spaces. So on a practical level, it means solving problems around food injustice, And we can do that. We're doing that. We can solve problems around other forms of injustice. But we can also think about urban spaces and all of the bodies that occupy urban spaces, not as crucibles of chaos and lack, but as you got every social justice movement that has ever existed, that has transformed the landscape of America, not every, but most, that I can think of and that I'm aware of, happened in urban spaces or urbanizing spaces. Certainly in rural spaces as well, you've had similar movements, but we're the beneficiaries of the work of people who recognize that urban spaces are about assets. And so our goal in our context is to think about, even in the absence of an abundance of resources, how do we mobilize everything that we do so that we're solving real problems?
Yeah. So I spent 22 years at NYU. Some of us spent some time at NYU. And in that time, we had less and less people from New York City as it became less of a commuter campus, and more students who were coming from very elite backgrounds. So I had some great students. It was really fantastic to have them grapple with the questions that they were trying to grapple with. At the same time, their insights about life and their insights about their family backgrounds were less and less, because in some ways they had a certain kind of privilege and weren't able to really quite fathom at a young age, what life was really about in many ways. So in those 22 years at NYU, I just felt that as more and more wealth and money came to that campus and it rose in prestige, it also became the students that arrived and the families they came from had less of a understanding and a less insight and less creativity in being able to make a difference. So I think there is so much to be said about what you just said. And I think there's a moment here in which it's no longer Manhattan, right? Everybody's thinking about Manhattan, getting to Manhattan. But what about, coming here, right? Coming here at a place that is ready to make these changes and be creative and be improvisational and to build something a little different that begins to flip that script, because we can no longer sustain that as a standard of what attainment and success is. I mean, that's basically what's causing the crisis we're in. So having said that, I was just hoping maybe we won't go on too long, but maybe just say a few things. I mean, I know you came in pain this morning, so I'm just amazed that you're able to stay here that long, right? So I really appreciate that. But even amidst the pain, were there certain things that you noted in terms of what people were saying, and maybe just pull a few threads that you felt were really important for us on our campus to also understand and to maybe build on, whatever struck you? Yeah.
So I think one of the things that strikes me is class doesn't give you access, or and resources don't give you access to justice. The willingness to think about other people outside of yourself does, right? And that can come with wealth, it can come with poverty. So there's something about people being willing to sort of stop and take notice of everybody around us and recognize that, as a number of people here have said before, and as many of us grew up with this message, they're but for the grace of God, right? Your condition is my condition. And in the same way that we walk by people who we see are struggling, we see are hungry, we see are unhoused, we see are struggling with mental illness, the difference between the person who is, in my mind, a person of virtue and somebody who's still growing in their virtue is the willingness to stop and say, I can't leave you hungry. I just can't. So in the most dignified way that I can, I'm going to make sure that I ask you one question, the same question I know that you talked about before, and that my mom would always have people enter with, which is, have you eaten, right? Have you been fed today, right? And literally and figuratively. So if we can do that work, then we're doing the work of justice, and we can do that wealthy and we can do that poor, right? The interesting thing to me is that people who live with limited resources give more, proportionally speaking, more of their money and resources away than people who are wealthy. So kindness and justice and compassion is a function of looking around and being willing to ask the questions, and that's exactly what our responsibility is in the classroom. We've got to, no matter who ends up in our classes, wealthy or not, because everybody who ends up coming through a university has privilege. Well, we all have privilege. We have different privileges, but if you're coming through a university education, you're moving on a particular pathway where you're going to end up with certain kinds of privileges. We can't expect that when you get out of here, you're going to suddenly stop doing the thing that you're supposed to do. So our job is to figure out how to tell everybody and ask everyone the critical questions that will make your head hurt, and that will make you turn and look at the person who is sitting in the seat next to you or sitting on the ground in front of you, and have the same sensibility around, if you hurt, I hurt. I may not like you, and I don't need to. What I have to do is love you, right? So if we have that sensibility in every institution that we create, our job is not to like people, our job is to love people. I'll say this really quickly. Part of my work is on the study of empathy, and one of the interesting empathy has two components. There's a cognitive and an emotional component. The cognitive component is called perspective taking, and the emotional component we usually talk about is empathy. The interesting thing is with African American people, all of our research demonstrates that perspective taking is the thing that drives willingness to love. So we don't have to like you. We just have to imagine what it's like to be you. Right? And it's the imagining that what it's like to be you that causes us to give and to extend and to sacrifice. If it depends on me liking you, if you get on my last ever loving nerve, I'm done with you. Love can't respond to that. Love has to respond to a willingness to say, again, I don't have to like you, but I do know I do want to understand what it's like to be you.
Yeah, thank you. I guess maybe just to wrap it up, and then we want to say some thank yous as well. To add to the thank yous that we've already given, is that also with these tougher resources, tougher times, less labs and all that, what we have is this amazing combination of being downtown and being within an amazing city and an amazing region, whose stories have never been fully appreciated, right? And this is, of course, Wright and the legacy of Dr. Price. But it's also a place in which we can learn by doing. And that so much of the kind of notions of genius is that the individual who arrives as a genius and they just get this opportunity to kind of realize that genius, and that's what success is, right? But it's clear on our campus, it's really that we, by learning, by doing, by being with people, and by being grounded in these realities, so to be an incredible chef comes out of somewhere. It's a relationship to communities and cultures, right? And that's so much of what Lolis and other folks have been kind of telling us. It's not the individual genius who becomes that celebrity chef. What are all the generations that have made that option possible? And how can we build that in a place like this, right? And we are building that in a place like this. So we're really, I think, really happy to kind of play that kind of role. So, of course, I mean, let me just say that, there's so many people to thank, and I just want to encourage you to take a look at the back of your program, I lost my program, which had my notes, I can't read all the names of the people who need to be recognized, but certainly the amazing artist, okay, thank you, the amazing artist who did this poster for us, and I have to kind of just see if I can read her name. Okay, her name is Latasha Dunstan Green, who is based, I'm okay, thank you, who generously, basically, more or less donated her artwork. And, we said, well, this originally was not done for Brick City. You see Brick City here, she added that in. So we kind of asked her to kind of tweak it a little bit so it's really grounded in the city, but in so many ways, this is really a Newark garden, right? And that we're just lucky to have amazing folks who are doing this great work already, and we need to figure out how to integrate that in so that our classrooms are that, and that they're in our classrooms, and that somehow we open all the amazing history that is here as well to that experience. And I think we're on our way. So thank you for that. But also, as you've been hearing, so many of the people, including Lacey Hunter, who I'm really happy to say is the curator of MTW now and is going to be part of our staff at the Price Institute. She's someone who came to study under Dr. Price, right? Oh, there you are. Okay, great. I didn't see you. You changed places, but she came to study with Dr. Price, and this is the impact that it's had, right? And there are many students like this who are here, and Noelle, of course, was talking about that, but so we could just keep on going down the line. And that's the exciting thing. So we want to thank all those students who stuck it out and the mentors that the students had to really make it all possible. The love that Dr. Price had, that he shared, that has made this possible. And so many of the people who have really kind of gone out of their way, Rutgers University, RUITV folks who have been kind of making the day so smooth. Thank you all for doing that work and sticking it out. They were here yesterday, the day before, making the arrangements. And thank you, the museum, of course. Thank you, all the faculty who are here. Especially thanks to the community organizations that are here, because it's really the work that you've been doing that enables this, and we're just hoping to play a role in that process, and we have to keep on figuring out the role that we can kind of keep on improving on. But we're at a pivotal moment now with the 3 acts that have been passed by the Biden-Harris administration, and they're complicated, but one of them is the infrastructure bill, one of them is the CHIPS Act, one of them is the Inflation Reduction Act. There's some problems with these issues because there's a Cold War kind of part of them. I'm not going to get into that for the moment, but there's an unprecedented moment for us to take advantage of the funds that are there and try to put them to good purpose, especially in our region, which has the highest number of Superfund sites anywhere, right? And what can we do with community folks? What can we do with the students that we've been graduating? What can we do with the faculty in our campus? And actually beginning to change that. So in some ways, that's why I'm excited about the vision you have, because I think we can do it, But unfortunately, we have so little time, so it just requires us to also be as efficient and clear and kind of thinking ahead so that we can really take advantage of whatever limited resources we have. So thank you. I don't know if you want to add to that or say anything more.
No, I think that was brilliantly said, and I think we're doing the work. Community organizations are doing the work, and so the more that we rely on the genius that already exists out in the community, the better. So I think we're on the same page.
Yeah, and something that Lolis said a little earlier, but also I think it's been repeated. Psyche certainly was saying this, and Edda was saying this, and also Jessica was saying this. That in some ways, I think it's not just that intellect and the ability to focus, but it's also the commitment to just being organizers. And really, so that's why the community organizations I appreciate so much, because there's no false illusions. We have to be organizers. But I think in academia, we tend to think, oh, somehow we're above organizing, but organizing the kitchen, organizing people to get some food, those are all basic organizing tasks that somehow all of us need to be acknowledging the organizer within all of us. That's just to say thank you, the online audience that's been with us. And you want to encourage people to come back to the YouTube posting so people can come and view this again and again and again. And I just really want to thank all of you who've come today and been with us in person, because as we rebuild these in-person events after this long COVID period, it's going to take your help and what we can learn from you and how to kind of negotiate these kinds of new waters that are hard to quite figure out, because people don't want to come back in person, people don't necessarily want to be online all the time. So how can we build community and audiences as we enter into this new kind of hybrid kind of world, and have to necessarily build momentum and have more people involved. So thank you all for coming, and have a great day, and make sure that you buy some books out there from Source of Knowledge Bookstore, and and be safe and be well.